Okay, here we go. Thank you for the contact. Here we go. Hello, Elton Lima or Dema. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the live stream. Hope you're having a good day. Okay. Can you make BBC Radio? You mean if I can hear BBC Radio? So if I can hear BBC Radio, are you talking about shortwave? Can I make BBC Radio? I don't understand your question. Right now I'm doing FT8 on 6 meters, and I'm charging my amplifier for my FM DXing portion. Actually, I gotta charge my radio too. So, but I'm waiting for a couple of people to come on so I can talk about things. Because yesterday I was in Times Square in Manhattan. Conditions were not that good yesterday, but I couldn't, I was gonna live stream from Times Square for 30 minutes. So today I'm here. I figured let me hold this down. I'm here. I said, I just woke up from a nap. I said, let me turn on the radio. I heard thunderstorms outside, and as soon as I fired it up, let me move this over here. And I saw 6 meters conditions. And I said, well, let me try again. And I saw someone from France on 6 meters. I was trying to make contact with France, but it's gone now. So I have France here on 6 meters. Transatlantic, that would have been a nice one. But we couldn't make contact. And then let me look at the PSK map. Let me update that. So right now, like I said, I just started. So this is what it is so far. Maybe like 10 minutes ago, I started. Actually more, like 15 minutes ago. I started on 10 meters. And then I said, let me try 6 meters. And I see signals. So I said, you know what? I'm going to come on and do a live. I have some time today. So I said, let me do a live today. So this is 6 meters. So there's an opening today. I'm gonna check out this radio and go charge it over there. I'll be right back. I'm gonna charge my radio. I'll put this one there in the meanwhile. All right. Okay. So I'm charging my other one, and let's see what's the other pigtail cable for the other one. I don't see it. Okay, so I'm gonna use this one. Oh no, this goes straight to the radio. Never mind. I forgot. So let me disconnect here for a minute. I'm gonna hook up the other one for now. So let me unplug it from charging, and then this one. Okay, here we go. Take this one out. Take that one out. So this one goes directly into the radio. You see, this one goes directly into the radio as the connector. So unlike the Kidosin, I needed to use this. The Kidosin, I needed to use this one. But with this radio, it connects directly into it, so it's actually much better. And then the coax to here. That is, excuse me. There you go. Much better. Okay, so there we go. So this is the FM omnidirectional. Well, I call it the FM loop. Hamradio DX calls it the Halo. I call it the FM loop, but it's actually a folded dipole in the shape of a circle or a semicircle, like and then all the yeah, I can't charge it. Okay, anyway. Let me see how much. Let me turn this on. Let me lower this down. And I'll keep making contacts on 6. Let's try another frequency. Let me try 88.8. Let me go down to 80. Let's see if anything comes up. I'll try a few frequencies. Well, let me make sure it's working.
Thank you, Felix. Like the man said, since 1986, your dollars have kept Rhythm Review on.
So that is working. I'll show you the.
But this hour alone, we've had people pledge from South Carolina, from Hawaii, and now we have just heard
the amplifier
from Heather in Milford, Ohio. I love and live for WDGO every day. The music above all.
I don't hear anything on that one. Just silent. Let me close this. Let me lower this down to the minimum. All right, we're gonna try a few bands. I mean, a few frequencies. I'm gonna move this kind of over here. I'm gonna put it right there so you can see both. Somebody's gonna come in and say, "That's not 6 meters. That's only FM." So of course I had the title now says "and," so I'm doing both. 6 meters, and I'm doing 6 meters and FM. All right. So there you go. Yeah, I was there yesterday. That's why I didn't do the video for the gold. I'll do it next week. I'll do the gold video next week. I forgot my wife had a award ceremony for her job related. So we had to go downtown to Sheraton in Rockefeller Center nearby, Midtown Manhattan. So from there, we decided to take our son to Times Square to the M&M store. So, and then her coworker met up with us in Times Square, and they were eating, talking, catching up on some stuff. So I decided to do a live stream from Times Square. It was about 30 minutes. Just talking to a couple of people. It wasn't, but it was nice to do a live stream from down there. Although watching the replay, the quality was not the best because of course I have 5G, and I saw a lot of people there. It was very crowded. So I'm gonna tune a couple of places to see if we can pick up something. The last live stream that we did here, I picked up KUAF out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. That's Keegan's DXer's local station. I forgot about that too. And then later on during the day, I picked up Jamaica again. And I also picked up, actually, let's go to Philly, see if the Philly station is there. $90.9. Okay, nothing there right now. 90.9. Turn off the amplifier. Is the amplifier off? Amplifier on. Let's go to 91.3. I'll leave it on that one for a little bit. That used to be one of my frequencies. Um, I know TV Radio 1972 lives not far from here. Well, yeah, I mean, it is, I won't say far, but he's the closest person that I can reference his band, more or less. So I kind of use his channel, like with the Jamaica one. He had picked it up first, 91.7, the day before. So I tried that frequency the day after when, conditions started getting, and that's when I picked up that station. So it was an opening for like, a couple of days for that. But because FM DXing is more of an art, than science. So basically, you try to find an open frequency, and when conditions like right now, you see, 6 meters is open. That's usually an indicator that you can try FM DXing also. So that's what I did. I said, oh, I'm gonna put my yeah, and I'm not I tried I tried last year, didn't get anything, but this year I got two good stations so far. I'm not the classic FMDXer YouTube channel. There's a lot of other channels that do that very well. But, I'm learning. And one thing you do have to find is you got to find every area is very unique. In my area, even though he lives about, I don't, I can't, I don't want to say exact where he lives at. But he's in New Jersey. He's right over the Hudson. And it's a few miles. But I noticed that on some frequencies, he has more open than mine because I'm very close to the city. So for me, it's more difficult. Well, there's no waterfall here. There's no waterfall. So, but I'm learning. I'm jotting them down. I'm jotting down the frequencies that I can try. So now I'm getting an idea more or less. I know this frequency is one frequency that I already, and of course 90.9 is another frequency that I look into now. And as I learn, then I can really, improve. But it's more of an art than a science. But you first have to look for the open frequencies. Now there's no, in my case, I got HD stations also that interferes also. So, I'm learning, and it's paying off. It's finally paying off now. So, and I did one on the live stream. So there you go. Yeah, AMDXing, I've been doing that for a long time, so I'm more familiar with that. But exactly, it's just like AMDXing. Once you could identify the open frequencies, then you hone in on that, you know. So Uh, because FM is for me is very crowded, but I'm identifying those stations and I'm jotting them down. I'm learning the FM band more and more. So, and that's good. I mean, I can't complain. I appreciate that, James. So, yeah, I was trying to DX FM stations from my car. Sometimes all you have to do is move a few feet. That happened to me with the Jamaican station. I actually had to rotate my radio. I don't know why, because it's still hooked to the same antenna, but it seemed to improve a little bit more. That's what I did that day that I made that video with the Jamaican station, and it locked in. Even if even if it's for a few minutes, it really locked in. The audio was really very good. Sorry, I'm hitting my tripod. Sorry, and yeah, it really did a good job. I'm trying to get very close to it because the thing is, I have to get close to it so I can reach over. Yeah. Yeah, so I can't look around I don't have a waterfall. So of course, in my case, I'm jotting them down too. And of course, normally, um, I mean, again, you can quote me on that, people, you experts out there. Well, normally, from what I've been watching and what people talk about, normally it's in the lower portion of the FM band that you have to look out first. You just don't jump up to 104, 103, whatever. Usually that's when conditions are very, very good. Or it just again, that can happen any station. Even the station that you're listening to can get wiped out by another station. Hasn't happened to me yet that I recall, but the main thing you need to do first is you need to find the empty or empty station. That's what I call it, empty. That there's no local that you know of. In my case, I'm trying out this frequency. You see right now this frequency, nothing going on. There is something, but there you go. There you go. Something's coming in. So we're gonna leave it there and we'll see what comes in. Nothing is definitely coming in. All right. But we'll see what that is. We're gonna leave it there for a bit. Let's see what we can pick up. Let the volume all the way up. All right, we'll come back to that one. Let me try.
Remain where you are till I have gone.
την Εθνική Οδό Λαμίας.
Not till later. I got making spaghetti and meatballs. Spaghetti pasta and meatballs with marinara sauce. I've been ready any my wife is cooking upstairs. Oh, okay, well, cheers.
Show that is happening at Steel Stacks next month in Lehigh Valley. And I want the content after the study site.
Φωτιάς. Δυνάμεις και 2 αεροσκάφη.
No, I haven't been watching any news lately. I can only imagine. It must be cool. I have like 2 stations that kind of coming in. I heard 2 stations so far. I think there's another spot that I need to look at. I look into today. Seems to be coming in here more.
Everything about the process is hard. Then older women.
Kicking here, sir. Hello, 77 degrees Fahrenheit from Northwest Arkansas. Waiting for yeah. Yeah, well, I don't, good luck on that. I believe he starts at, anyway, I don't know. Yeah, I think he starts at 4 Eastern. 2000 hours UTC is when he starts. Yeah, 2000 hours UTC is when he starts. Yeah. So yeah, well, anyway, I got my reasons, but I'm no longer part of that. I just wish him luck, whatever, but I moved on. When you let politics get involved, he lost me at that point. So I don't care about politics. You vote for whoever you want to vote for. I'm not going to bash you for that. But don't bash me, who I vote for. And when you call my president an imbecile and voters morons, you lost me at that point. And that's when I was done with him. So that's why I don't participate there anymore. I made that clear a couple of months ago. I don't participate in there anymore. There's too many people in there that, are too sensitive. And they're suffering from TDS. And I don't want to be surrounded with people that are suffering from TDS anymore. I'm done with that. I'm done with that. I have friended a lot of people because of TDS. It's unfortunate, but I did that. I had to do that because my feed was ridiculous with it was just sad. It was just sad that I went through 4 years of Biden. I didn't go crazy. I didn't go crazy when he was president. But the minute this man becomes president, everybody goes crazy. And I'm not going to put up with that. I don't care if you are the biggest channel in the world, I will unsubscribe you. That's it. And that's what I did. I had to. So, anyway, he'll be on 2000 hours UTC. So I wish him luck. and he doesn't need it. He's a lot bigger channel than I am. But I'm not gonna be a part of you're gonna call me a moron or my voter base a moron. I'm not gonna put up with that. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not gonna put up with that. I respect him for what he did for me. I respect him for the work he's done. But that's it. That's as far as I go. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate when you let you let politics get between friends. I don't let my politics get between friends. I have a lot of friends that vote Democrat and all that, and are lefty. I don't care about all that, but don't impose that on me. And that's the problem that we had. So there you go. So anyway, he'll be on 20 hours UTC. I'm gonna stream no matter what. I don't care. It's my channel. My channel. I'll stream whatever, and I don't go around. I'm not. I don't schedule about no one else. I have my own. Base of regular active people that want to watch me. So that's why I go. I wish him all the luck in the world. I love the guy. God bless him. I have nothing bad to say about that. But when you bash my voter base, because I'm one of them. I voted for Trump. I voted for Trump 3 times. When you bash them, you bashing me. And I take that, I take that. I won't say personal because I don't care. But you lost my loyalty. That's what happened. He lost my loyalty. Exactly, Keegan. I have friends and family on both sides of the aisle. I love them both equally. But in his channel, that's not the case. Because there's people in there that are very nasty. I witnessed it on the Facebook group and during the live stream. They hijacked that live stream. That live stream is hijacked by Trump haters. Okay? I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm not going to be a part of that. I'm not going to be a part of that. That's why I left. So, like I said, God bless him. I love him. I love him. God bless him. And it hurts me. It hurts to say that. That, because sometimes I do miss it. But you know what? I got to put my foot down. I got to put my foot down. And I'm not going to put up with that. I'm not going to put up with it. I go to a live stream where in there, people are bashing my president. And I'm not going to put up with that. I'm not going to put up with that. So there you go. All right, moving on. We're done with that. So he'll be on 20 hours UTC. If you want to go see him, 20 hours UTC, he'll be on. There you go. I just promoted his channel. All right? I don't hate the man. In fact, like I said, I got nothing but love for him. But you cannot let politics divide us. That's it. All right, so moving on. Let me read the comments here. Yeah, King is Central Center, so that's why you're on. Yeah, and it's daylight savings time now. So yeah. Wait a minute. Okay, I think this one I would kind of do this. Let me go back to. I wanted to go back to. I heard something here earlier, but Let me go back to 90.9. Thank you, James. I appreciate the vote of confidence. Let me lower it down. As soon as I see something here, you know, and of course, this station, this channel is not only about shortwave; it's about everything. As you can see, I'm trying to FM DX here live, and I'm doing also 6 meters, making 6 meter contacts. So I'm not a one-trick pony. All right. So there you go. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's unfortunate, but you know, it is what it is. We got people like that in our life that they just we got people like that in our life that some people just want to go around. They want to journey through life with blinders on. You know, that's it. I'm not going to be part of a live stream that's toxic to me. You know, suppressing my right to vote. You know, that's what you're doing. You're suppressing my right to vote when you keep bashing and calling people morons. So once I want to get off the subject, it just infuriates me when I talk about it too. Like I said, nothing but love for him, but I'm done with that. I'm done with his channel. Oh, hello, T Radio 972. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And yeah, I see you getting quite a few catches. Very nice catches. I was gonna make a review of the Hand Geek. I will probably do it tomorrow now because my voice is really crackling now. Something seems to be coming in. I want to make a review of this low noise amplifier. I also want to try this with the weather band. So I want to hook it up to one of my, I need to get an adapter though. To hook it up to my, which is my XAZ E100, which is the best weather band receiver in terms of sensitivity. I want to hook this up to the E100, but I need to get an adapter here. And also my Uniden handhelds scanner. I need to get an adapter. I want to try this also with weather band. But I'm going to make a review on this. Hopefully with the next, I was going to do it today, but I'll do it tomorrow. Next 24 hours, I'll make a review on this. So I really like this low noise amplifier. It has made a big difference. There are some caveats to it. It's not perfect, but it did help me out in a few instances. Both on medium wave helped me out, but FMDX, it really helped me out, this amplifier. And it's not expensive. It's only $15. It's well made. I really like this amplifier. And it's not noisy. There's some amplifiers that actually really bump up the noise level. I have a couple of them. But since this one has the battery built in, it really doesn't introduce much noise. That's why I like this amplifier. I'm going to make a review on it, and then I'll talk about it a little more in depth. But this is definitely thumbs up. Yeah. So let me yeah. Yeah, I know. Same. Yeah, we have friends and family on both sides of yeah, exactly. Do you read anything? Yeah, people just go overboard. There are people who go overboard, exactly. You know, like I know that some people voted for Kamala, and that's fine. That's your choice. I'm not gonna knock you against that. I'm not gonna go crazy over it. No, you made your choice. I made my choice, and that's it. We all still gotta live. We still gotta live in. We live in the same country. I still think this is the greatest country in the world, no matter who's running it. It's still the greatest country in the world for me. That's not gonna change. So, King and DXer, I accidentally knocked my, it's too bad. E-Time, Elite Executive Radio. I'm gonna read verbatim because I couldn't, because my voice is so anyway. And America One has pushed him very hard to activate. Yeah. Wow, that sucks when that happens. I know that sucks when that happens. It really sucks when that happens when, you have an accident with your radio. Yeah. Yeah, you can share the website. You can share a website if you want. Let me see. Well, it depends on the website, actually. But anyway. Now I get to stop when displaying, when turning on. Wow. Yeah. Oh, that really sucks. No, nothing happened. Nothing worth repeating. We're just talking about something that's been going on for a while. Anyway, so I got my stream. I got my channel. I got my social media. I got my own. I'm not gonna. My world doesn't gravitate about on another channel. I'm sorry. So he'll be out 20 hours UTC, and I can go see him there. All right. No, James. He had that radio for a while. That's his go-to radio. That's the one that he does most of his FMDX catches. I have a similar one right here, but mine doesn't have the Bluetooth. Where is it at? Oh, it's on the other side of the room. He has the one with the Bluetooth. He has the model that came after mine. So it's an Eton Elite Executive single sideband. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering if I'm trying to. I'm hoping to get that one. WETA from DC. James, battery life on this radio is amazing. I don't worry about that. Yeah. Amplifier off. Has the amplifier off? Amplifier on? Can't do it, man. I can't see. I think my battery's dying low here. And I'll switch back to it. Let me try the other. I can hear something here. I can hear it.
Ahí complacimos a nuestro amigo con
No, it's a pirate. 89.7, I usually get pirate. I mean, that's a pirate. Yeah. Yeah.
WFEV.org. Something like.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that. I really don't care about that. Let me go down to 88.1 for a minute. And that's what I get at 88.1. You see, signal all the way up to 9 and no audio, no, just. And that's 88.1. All right.
All to win. 29. He has an accident and gets the laser flash in one of his eyes. And he's like, oh, crap, I was going to get blind. So he goes to see an ophthalmologist.
No, that's like whack-a-mole. On FM is definitely whack-a-mole.
But I know other parts of Jersey, they say, have been pounded by it. I know my dad's.
That's pirate. That's a pirate. I hear the Spanish. Merengue, that's a pirate.
body odor comes from bacteria that they say break down sweat. So it says if you're not...
Yeah, exactly, Keegan. They got bigger fish to fry. All right, let me go back up there. I'll leave it there for a bit. All right, some classical music and some opera. No, this is not a pirate. That's not a pirate. Any idea? Classical music. I hear some classical music on this station right now. I just heard it. Let me go back to 91.3. Sorry. Oh wow. RT08, hello. Power back. Power finally back. Terrible power grading. They don't know. Yeah, 6 meters just went dead. Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard a little bit earlier. Now it's something I don't hear it. Maybe something else. Let me go back. I'm gonna go to 94. One hour, 12 minutes. I'm gonna do a band scan real quick. I'll do a band scan. Oh, like you said, we already yesterday. Number went up. T-Radio, have you noticed that when you touch the radio, it gets more sensitive? I guess because of the metal. Sometimes I touch the radio, it actually helps. Believe it or not. Not that I want to stay here touching the radio, but I notice it does help when you touch the radio. And I do notice that when I touch it, it does. Yo, you noticed it? Okay. I just saw the RDS. Yeah, it does have some screws here. I want to do that, and then I move, knock it over. Maybe clip something on the grill. Or clip something right here. I gotta think of something. It doesn't really matter, but you know, probably more for AM. Let me go back to I'm gonna go down. I'm gonna tune. Let me tune the bands. Just to see if anything else. Let me go down to the bottom. I have no idea. Just right now, it's just yeah. Yeah, I know. 87.7 is Korean.
You go away. They work on rare genetic diseases, including and especially in children. They use to overcome disease disorders. Lives, make people's lives more livable. It's only really beautiful life. I think it took a long time before I
Amplifier off, amplifier on. It makes a difference.
I find this just a beautiful, wonderful story about what is life capable of, what can life even do? Totally. And really, really the life changing, life changing discovery.
really like this one. That's an under question. Could there be life in this extremely hot place? That might be really good samples in this. Science to find out. Yeah. All I do is put it in the library. There's something like where so many levels. I want to just vital curiosity. And I laugh way more in ways that nobody could ever expect. All of that, with $180,000 grant for US dollars. And that's why our girlfriend and I thought, what are we for? I was like, you could stand at a very good level today. Anything that is some kind of technology making life better in some way is all starting at basic science. So, as we've been working on the last couple of people saying that it's kind of horrible at that time. Well, I mean, when you put it next to what's going on in the news right now, which are all of these cuts, it feels like a tale of a thing that we are in danger of losing. So, kind of bring us to the kind of problem of how it was all. It evokes some of the liturgical music of the Countess's funeral, but also the military setting of the barracks. First words we'll hear are spoken, not sung, as Hermann reads Lisa's letter out loud. He pities her, feeling guilty for dragging her down, and leave you with this new song from the band Mountjoy. Their album is
to engage with nature and with technology. They have a flexibility that May herself lacks.
Are they better suited for the future?
I feel sorry for you.
Stars across the decades, including Joe Cocker, Barbara Streisand, even Bjork. All right, Steve, you've given some great advice today, a really great advice about purpose and about the why.
Today, our town has officially.
Hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi. Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot.
Let me turn on the amplifier. So now the amplifier on. You have no idea what that is. I'm going to order a second one, actually, James. I'm going to order a second one. That way I can always have one fully powered up. No, it does not have. When you're charging it, once it's fully charged, there's a light inside there that turns green. And that's it. There's no indicator to tell you in real time if it's no. Okay. Hello, RT08. All right.
The success you've had began with a great opportunity. And there's another one. Last 8 years,
Yeah, that's what I want to try with, James, with a scanner.
Service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to build your career with an online and accredited skill education. At usc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia Beach. Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4-day super sale and get 40% off paints and stains June 6th through the 9th. With prices starting at $29.39, it's the perfect time to transform your spatial color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only.
All right, take care, Keegan.
See store for details.
The power of Dell AI. Intel inside is transforming. Teams can see curveballs coming. Predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. With AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel empower your wins at Dell.com/win.
I-95 is WRKI Brookfield Hamburg, broadcasting live from the Agriventure that way studios and streaming on the I-95 Rock app. The home of rock and roll is I-95.
All right, yeah. Brookfield, Connecticut, I-95. What is that, like 50 miles? Give or take, maybe 60. Brookfield, Connecticut.
Being elected at that gathering.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But what if you could get both? Why not?
Amplifier still got battery. Okay, so amplifier on.
Huge, but it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied too. We know this from research of members. There's a lot they like about MetaShare, but especially they love being part of something they believe in. And MetaShare works too. It has for more than 30 years. There are hundreds of thousands of members who love having telehealth if they need it. They love the huge PPO network. So yeah, really, you could save a ton. I like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or you're part of the gig economy.
So my FM loop antenna is kind of pointing, I believe, north to south. So that would be east from me. So I'm getting that broadside east.
To do the job right. Imagine your house perfectly painted, fresh colors, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting, A.G. Williams Painting, the people you trust to do the job right.
YCC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut local news update.
There you go.
Metro North's New Haven line is running.
Yeah, WICC. Yeah, exactly. Yes. I was waiting for the call sign. Yeah, WFOX. Simulcast. Yeah, WICC. Connecticut. Bridgeport, I believe. Bridgeport.
Connecticut's new touch law went into effect this past Thursday. Along with 30 other states,
Connecticut.
The law states that anyone will
I was
be
waiting
pulled
for the
over if police see
ID.
drivers touching their
I
phones.
forgot.
Yeah, stop signs
All
and
right.
billboards.
Moving on.
Great is your faithfulness.
Makes it rip up. Makes it rip up. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I want no more copyrights. Look at that. All right, take care. Take care, T-Ren. Take care. Have a great weekend. Oh, okay. It is something, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna bring out the helicopters down here tomorrow. I'm gonna clean up here a little bit tonight because it's kind of takes some space. So helicopters S38 is coming out here tomorrow. I need to hook it up with the NFET for tomorrow night. All right. Well, let's see. I haven't fired it up for over a year. Hopefully it doesn't give me any issues.
Si no fuera por nosotros, este éxito no sonaría en New York. ¡Wow! La exitosa 98.7.
Just trying to make sense of all you're throwing set. Sometimes I gotta stop.
When I get the ID. So this is star, but it's star 99. Just trying to get the ID. Yeah, I'm hoping, when I fire it up, it doesn't give me no issues. Otherwise, I have quite a few, but. Or it'll be the Longines multi-radio from 19, what is it? I forget what year it goes way back. Or the Sony ICF 5900W. That one has good audio too. All right, I'm not getting no RDS on this one.
Hey. As you know, more Dominicans, other folks have taken possession of these sugarcane fields. But in 1937, price of sugar shut down. What they call Great Depression here.
Anyway, like I said earlier, well, his live stream started at 2000 UTC hours. I got a couple of people watching. Like I said, I don't do my live streams to compete with anybody. I don't care. This is my channel, my own content. I do what I want here. I was a supporter of his channel for a long time. But, when you alienate half of your audience, he lost me at that point. So, it's unfortunate. Things happen. That's life.
So many Haitian.
Yeah, WEZN. This is from Star 99.9 is from Connecticut. So another Connecticut station.
Music for your weekend. Spin Doctors, Two Princes, 100.7 WHUD.
Unfortunate, but that's life. You're gonna have people that are gonna disagree certain things, and that's it. Some people handle it better than others. Some people revert to their childhood issues. They don't. If you don't agree with them, they start panting and crying. And I cannot be a part of that. I will not be a part of that. I'm a grown-ass man last time I checked. You don't like my vote? That's your problem, not mine.
Lawyer in the family, now you will. At Shulman and Hill, it's never one and done. Once you're a client, you're always part of our family. New Yorkers in every borough and on every block know us by name. Shulman and Hill. Get your free consultation at hurtny.com. That's hurtny.com.
Hey, it's Race Taylor. Our Certa Pro paint job is complete, and we absolutely love it.
Yeah. Yeah, so James, I'm definitely going to order another one of these. Because I want to have two of them. One fully charged at all times. And then this one, of course, is the one. Yeah, I'm going to make my review on this. Low noise amplifier from Ham Geek. I really like it. I definitely want to try this with my scanner. And I definitely want to try that with my handheld. Like maybe when I go into the Weatherband DXing maybe. Also, some UHF. This can go up to 6 gigahertz. Okay. So it's 100 kilohertz up to 6 gigahertz. So it's a very wide band, low noise amplifier. I really like this one. I tried several. I tried a few. This is like my fourth one I tried. The other ones were very, some of them really were, a couple of them were very noisy. They work well on the, VHF range, whatever. On shortwave, some of them worked okay. I mean, they were too noisy. But this one, they hit this one out the park. I really like this one. And I think it's because of the built-in battery. It does not make a lot of noise. Because the other ones, I had to plug it in at all times. And I think that introduces noise. So this one is very well made. Very well made. So I will make a full review on this. I was hoping to do it today, but I'll do it probably, hopefully tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll see it. It's just my voice. But I definitely will order a second one. I want to have a second one. Because they might get sold out. When I make that review, they're probably going to get sold out. And at $15, it's a nice tool to have in your toolbox. A low noise amplifier like this.
You know, I'm only going to say this because I know for fancy. I appreciate the call, my guy Waldy.
In this, and their destiny is good. And Paul says, listen, when you were dead in your sins, you were children of wrath. You were on your way to hell. There's no other way to look at it. And you were deserving of God's wrath. And notice something, David proclaimed the same thing. In 2 Samuel chapter 12 in verse 5, then David's anger was greatly kindled against the man, and he said to Nathan, as the Lord lives.
You see, James says pass-through is off, and you can hear the station. So there is pass-through. Okay? There's some amplifiers that they do not do that. But this one definitely has pass-through.
David was.
Okay? You're going to hear the difference.
This is what we all were.
Amplifiers off.
To death. So
now I'm going to turn it on.
Unbelievers, children of wrath, as he says here in verse 3, our destiny was separation from God.
So pass-through.
That's where we would end up. And we deserved it. Why? Because the phrase, by nature. It emphasizes, guys, the sorry state we were in from birth. But thanks be to God.
So again, there's also again, if you have a passive loop like the U loop, this actually will help enhance that. Of course, I'm using an FM. Excuse me, I just hit my tripod. FM folded dipole, omnidirectional is. Yeah, I call it the FM loop because it looks like a double loop. And I'm using this, okay? And it does help. It does help. I also use a medium wave with the donut antennas. I did a live stream on that. I use these with the donut antennas. It does improve the donut antennas also. So, and see, the RDS is trying to kick in here.
With which he loved us. But God, this is what changes everything.
There you go.
What is the rich mercy of God? Well, Paul here emphasizes this, and this passage here really is contrasting the condition.
This is why I like it.
The believer before they came to Christ.
RT08, this is why I really like this one. He does not add too much noise to the reception. I tried a few of them, and some of them added quite a bit of noise. But this one does not do that. So this is well made. Well made. Now I'm hearing FT8 coming back. And some FT8 in the background coming back. So I just started transmitting again. So yeah, it doesn't seem to add noise to the reception. Exactly.
You could believe.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kids can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
we can be twinsies
to
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data.
You know, unlike other channels, I really show you in real time what works and what doesn't work. I don't read off a script. I don't read off of that stuff. There's a lot of channels that do that. And it ain't this one.
To a whole world of deliciousness. Get Lux for less and choose your Lux craving pack to talk about today.
Lord, forgiveness now I
No, don't invite me to the function. Don't invite me to your mama's house no more.
That's the difference between the amplifier, not having one and having one. I can hear something. It will dig out the weaker signals. If a signal is there, it will dig it out. Yeah. It will dig out the weak signals. You see that? Here we go. There you go.
And I beg no more. Praise the Lord.
RT08. I bought the amplifier AM/FM antenna from Best Buy. I would like to compare it to this amplifier. Yeah, but if your antenna has a built-in AM/FM, I mean, if your AM/FM antenna, let me see. Oh, you bought the amplifier. Okay, you mean you bought this one. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I'm reading it. I read it wrong. So you bought this one, and you want to compare it to the AM/FM antenna from Best Buy. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like for example, I would not use this one with the MLA30 because that works fine. So MLA30, I would not use it. I would use this with the U loop. So the U loop does not have an amplifier. I will use this with a long piece of wire, like with a balun. I will use this with a homemade hula hoop loop that I made. I will use this one, which that's another one I can try later on. I could hook up a balun, or I could hook up something like, where is it at? Oh, it's at my radio over there. The little the standoff that you connect the two wires to, or a balun, and then hook this up. It's very versatile. has a wide frequency range. But I noticed on FM it works very well, much better. Better than I won't say medium wave, but on FM it seems to work much better.
For a smile they can share the night. It goes on and on.
All right, make contact with someone on 6 meters. So 6 meters, a couple of people were around. They just came back for a minute. Thank you for the contact. 6 meters, Connecticut. Well, no, there's a battery life to this, but I mean, it is said 300 milliamp hour. However, I had ran this for at least 4 or 5 hours straight with no issue. I never had this fully give out on me. So it seems the battery is well, it's a good battery. It has a long battery life. For a very small battery, it does have a long battery life. I guess this doesn't take up much power to enhance the signal. But I'm gonna go get a second one anyway.
Take your love away.
Yeah, I do that. When I turn on my radio, I turn it off here. I turn it off here also. I don't leave it on when the radio's off. Of course. All right, so let me go back to 90.
Oh, man. $20.
$1.9. All right. Let me back out of here. I'm gonna lower this down here for a minute. I'm gonna put it like right there. Lock it like. Let me see if I can do it right there. Because I'm gonna go eat some spaghetti and stuff. So I'm gonna let the FT8 roll. I'm gonna go charge this up for about an hour. I'm gonna let it roll. I'm gonna let my live stream roll because you know what? I could do that. And I'm gonna let the FT8 do the thing. I'm gonna check up on it. I'll read some messages here and there. I'm gonna let it roll for the next hour. Let me disconnect my amplifier. I want to charge it. I'm gonna bring the Kidosin over here and let it play. I'm charging my Kidosin now too. So I'm gonna charge this up. I'll show you how it looks when it's charging. Let me put this over here for a minute. I'll show you. So where's the cable? Right here. Let's see. USB-C. USB-C. When you plug it in, you see there's a tiny little red light that comes through the frame. When that light turns green, it's fully charged. All right. So I'm going to do some FT8. Not much going on right now because nobody on. Actually, I'm going to drop down to 10. Let me see what's on 10. I'm going to drop down to 10. I'm going to drop down to 10. While that's charging, I'm going to go eat some spaghetti and meatballs. Italian spaghetti marinara sauce and meatballs. Because I am hungry. And I'm going to let it play. I'm going to do some FT8 on 10. Maybe I get a couple of contacts. Some people popping up over here. And I'm going to eat. I'm going to, about an hour. I'm going to eat right here next. And I'm going to let it play. I'm going to check up on it. Click, click, click. I'm going to let it roll on a Saturday afternoon. I got to go eat some spaghetti. Be back in a bit. Be back in a bit. I'm going to eat some. I'm hungry. I want to eat some spaghetti. Some pasta. With some meatballs. All righty. Let me put this over here. Let me go get my. Mix it up a little bit. I'm going to go get spaghetti. Here we go. Spaghetti. Marinara sauce. And Coke. And a can of Coke. Some ice and a cup. I gotta have my soda with ice. I gotta have my soda with ice. I don't like soda straight. I don't drink straight like that. I had to have a cup of ice. You know, and I pour my soda in that. I always like to keep my ice. I like to keep my soda very cold. You know, I'm a little eccentric. I gotta water it down a little bit. How could you do that? Well, that's what I do. You know, my spaghetti. I can show you. I'll show you my spaghetti. Spaghetti. Here we go. Parmesan Romano on top. There you go. Meatballs, marinara sauce, Parmesan Romano sprinkled on top. Grated cheese. Bon appetit. Bon appetit. There we go. Let me load on FT8. I'm gonna turn on. Let me get a radio over here. Radio. What radio can I get over here? Actually, I'm gonna turn on my receiver. I'm gonna hit WABC. So what time is it? 4:46 in the afternoon here in Yonkers, New York. There you go. Oh, John Sterling Show.
And I'm with my partner for so many years, 20 years on the Yankees, and friendship well before that. Susan Waldman is here. Susan, here's a question I don't think I've heard it answered, and I'd like you to answer it. Okay. They had to decide where to play Jazz Chisholm and where to play DJ. In my mind, since I think DJ plays third great, and Chisholm obviously has more range, and you need range at second more than third. So why is Booney playing him in opposite positions?
Oh, well, I think that they're not worried, but they just want to make sure that DJ is totally built up. Don't forget he's been out for a long time, and I think they think it's probably an easier because he's so used to second base and he does it so easily. I think they just want to get him established right there, not have to move him back over to third base where he maybe have to worry about that. They want to actually, I think, see if he can regain his hitting stroke. It's starting to come back, but I think they just wanted to leave him there. And Jazz actually went back and said, I'll do anything. How good is this to hear? He actually said, I'll do anything to help the team. I'd rather play second, but you want me to play third, I'll play third. And as long as my feet are on the dirt and not in the outfield, I'll be fine. But I think it's more for DJ than for Jazz.
Well, you know, Aaron Boone has said that. I have, as you well know, I don't believe a whole lot of what I hear. And it makes sense because he has said, I want a DJ to feel comfortable. And obviously playing second is comfortable. And it would really be something for the Yankees if he started to hit. You know, we saw him at his best. His first year with the Yankees, I think he hit he had 26 homers, 102 RBIs, and he hit in the 320s to 330s as he won another championship. That team is very solid. And do you think there's any chance that Oswaldo Cabrera can come back or not?
I would say no. He told me the other day that the surgeon said it's a possibility, but I think that's to put a carrot in front of him. He's as positive as any, well, you know, he's as positive as any human being on this earth. But there's a plate in there and there's screws. And my guess is no, but he's tooling around here on a little scooter, you know, with the leg up and smiling and making everybody else feel good. It was just an awful accident and terrible thing. And the thing that's amazing to me, John, and we've heard about players like this, he was in awful pain because his ankle was just broken and shattered. And Judge came over, and the first thing he said was, Judgy, did I score?
Yes. Yeah, I did read that. Yeah, he was hurtling toward the plate. And, you know, it happens too often in baseball where you crack your ankle. Happens a lot, breaking ankles, sliding into bases. Susan, I mentioned that you were the beat reporter. I don't know the way to say it. You were the beat reporter for WFAN for many years, and I heard this story. You can tell me if it's true or not. Everyone at that station was a Mets fan. And they had no Yankees, and they turned around and put you on the road. That was a great way for you to begin, you know, get out of the studio and be with the Yankees. So is that how it came about?
Well, it ended up that way, yes. But how it happened was that I was the worst update person in the history of the world because I'm not good at that, writing things and sitting in a studio. I wanted to be I wanted to be out in the games. I wanted to go there, and I suggested to the then program director, John Fruder, I said, you know, you guys are talking to the beat writers for the Daily News. They had Bill Madden on the air and Moss Klein and all these people. And I said, give me a tape recorder. I've got a car. Let me do it because they're never going to tell you things. And John Fruder said, what a great idea. So I actually was the first electronic beat reporter of any kind. And of course, the team across the river had just won the World Series. So nobody wanted to go to the Yankees. And I said, I'll go. That's how I got the Knicks because the Knicks were terrible. But I knew that Rick Pitino had a background, and I knew him when he had the kids at Boston University running up and down the hall with bricks in their hands because they were out of shape. And I figured he's going to be great. And nobody wanted to do the Knicks because they stunk. And I said, I'll go. And that's how that started. And that year also, I went and did the Devils because everybody else wanted to do the Rangers. And that was the year the Devils actually got to the playoffs. So they had to send me because I was the only one who knew the team.
Well, Susan was a trailblazer in so many ways. Are you, when you look at this, with all the women now on the air in sports, it give you a little bit of pride that you blazed the trail?
A little bit, because you know me. I never am satisfied with anything. So it's I look and I see that there are other women. To me, it's taking too long, and they're still not given important jobs unless they really push for it. But to see other, because there was a time, and you know this, John, that I was the only female ever anywhere. And we were the only time that I told John many, many times, there was a woman who covered the Oakland A's of the Dave Stewart, Tony La Russa A's. Her name was Susan Swarnoff. And the only time the two of us were ever totally comfortable was when the A's were playing the Yankees, because the Yankees expected to see a woman every day, and so did the A's. And that's how it was back then. There were just two of us, and it was very, very different. And so you're always a little bit uncomfortable. And John knows I still am uncomfortable because I always think someone's catching up to me. So you got to keep going.
Yes, you certainly have to keep going. What was the name of the gal? Now this goes back to the late 70s when a woman was finally allowed into the locker room. I can't think of her name.
Melissa Leckie.
Yes.
Melissa Leckie.
Melissa Leckie of Sports Illustrated. And, now it seems ridiculous. Who cares?
Well, it's ridiculous because she had to take them to court. She sued Bowie Kuhn, and the reason that women got in is that she won her case. The judge happened to be Constance Motley Brown, who did a couple of other things, like worked for Thurgood Marshall and civil rights and the Brown versus waterification, and she was the judge. And it was only because of Judge Brown, who ruled for Melissa Leckie, that women were allowed in. It was the Yankee Stadium clubhouse, and it was Bowie Kuhn who did all this. And so Melissa, she didn't want it. She was 25 years old. All she wanted to do was cover the World Series. And they wouldn't let her in, and she took them to court, and she won, and that's how this all started. It was 1977, I believe.
Thank heavens. Isn't it ridiculous that, of course, a lot of things are ridiculous in life, but if you're a woman and that's your job, maybe you're supporting a family, maybe your husband's gone, and she's not allowed to do her job because, my goodness, she may see a naked man. Woo! So it's taken a while, but you know what? People are very slow to change. They don't like change. So anything you're going to do like that, is a battle. It really is.
Yeah. It took a long time, and I think it's over. There'll always be something new, because that's how the world works.
But have you thought about tonight? I know you mentioned it at the very beginning. It's one of the most classic, different pitching duels. First of all, the Yankees and Red Sox mean a full house. And as I look outside, it has stopped raining, and it's getting kind of clear. So there's going to be baseball.
Beautiful out.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. And Danny Cunningham is just the tarp is just being rolled up, and they have taken it off, and the sun is shining brightly. It is going to be really interesting to see. Garrett Crochet has been amazing. But the Red Sox don't hit. They make a lot of errors.
And don't feel right.
And that I saw things yesterday that you wouldn't believe are going on in a major league field. And somebody had said, well, they're very young. And I said, well, they should learn how to hit a cutoff man before they come to the major leagues. I mean, that used to be the norm, is that you knew how to play before you got here. And there's the defensive miscues on this team are just unfathomable, and for no reason, and it's just amazing. It's like the Keystone Cops. So Garrett Crochet, I don't know if they're going to hit him at all, but I don't know that the Red Sox are going to hit Ryan Yarbrough. So it's going to be two different styles. So it's going to be fascinating.
I would think that Garrett Crochet reaches 100, and Ryan Yarbrough reaches 85, 90 maybe. So I think it's very exciting. I can't wait to see the duel. And I can't wait to see you again. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. We'll talk in private soon. And thank you, Susan. You're great.
You're anytime. Just call.
I will. I will indeed.
Okay.
Thank you, dear. Appreciate it. Let's take care of the spots. No spots? Oh, good. I didn't know I had done all the breaks. Thank you very much. That's Jonas Jackson telling me how to run my show. The nerve of him. Well, I'm sorry I didn't get to more phone calls. Next week we will. It has been, Anthony McCarron was terrific. Susan Waldman was terrific. You know, I love doing the show. And really, it's easy and a pleasure to do, really. And I'm quite happy about it. When are we off? Oh, I have time. I have time. I was talking about Garrett Crochet and Ryan Yarbrough. You can't see two more different pitchers, and they're both starting at Yankee Stadium, where, you know, they'll have the sellout of 46 or 47,000 people, and all that goes into the Red Sox and the Yankees. Crochet has a great ERA. I think it's actually under 2, just under 2. But he can't win because the Red Sox lead the league in errors, and they haven't been hitting a lot. And also, everyone has injuries. You can't use that as an excuse. But the Red Sox have lost both corners of the infield. Tristan Casas at first base, left-hand hitter, you know, could be a 30 home run kind of guy. And Alex Bregman at third is a great third baseman and a really strong hitter, and is something that they needed. Need a right-hand hitter in back of in back of all their lefty hitters. So, we'll see tonight. I mean, it's an intriguing combination of Crochet against Ryan Yarbrough, and I honestly cannot wait to see him. Well, upcoming is Vinny Madunio. And you know what Vinny's going to do? He's going to play the greatest music you ever heard. And if we can get him to, maybe Vinny will even sing a little bit. Is that possible? I know I would. Because I'm a terrible man and a terrible singer. So I thank you. We'll see you next week at 4. My thanks to Jonas Jackson, Eric Williams, and Rich Raptabali. And thank you for listening. It has been a pleasure.
Download the 77 WABC mobile app now. Get the latest news and information. Listen to your favorite shows and podcasts anywhere you go. Available now on Google Play and in the App Store. Talk Radio 77 WABC.
More music on 77 WABC. WABC New York, WRCR Haverstraw, 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. WABC. The 77 WABC Toys for Tots Chime Time is 5 o'clock. Go to toysfortots.org. Working year-round, the Toys for Tots literacy program, established in 2008, has provided over 60 million books to disadvantaged children. Donate now. Go to toysfortots.org.
10 meters.
New York City, we entertain you. So plan your weekend with music and us.
Coming up this week on the Saturday Night Rock and Roll Party. This week, Brucey talks with Frank Radon, lost member of the Capri.
Joe Piscopo full of us Sundays with Sinatra. We're going to look at Frank Sinatra through the decades. 7-decade career from Francis Albert Sinatra.
Vinny Madunio here this week. We're going back to 1965 in our spotlight. Here's some of my favorite tunes. And in the vinyl vault, I got a gem for you.
Coming up on Saturday nights with Tony Orlando. This week, Tony talks to Tommy J.
Never ends on Saturday, Sunday, WABC.
Of alien smuggling.
Beats the Dodgers 2-1, and George Springer, its big 2-run shot in the 8th as Toronto came back.
Yeah. The Cross Island southbound that is jammed up from the Throgs Neck down towards the LIE and then over at Brooklyn. Typical delays on the BQE eastbound from the Gowanus up past Atlantic, and then westbound you're on and off from the LIE over to the Brooklyn Bridge. Heading out of Brooklyn, or heading out of Manhattan, I should say, it's jammed up into Brooklyn to take the Manhattan or the Waynesburg bridges. And here is what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The George, inbound 45, outbound 40, cross Bronx, westbound jammed up from right before the Bronx River Parkway over towards the bridge. Looking at about 50 minutes inbound at the Lincoln, just about 10 to 15 out, and the Holland Tunnel is looking at about 35 in and 15 out. And here's what we see on Long Island's Big Three. The Northern State Parkway slow right around Oyster Bay to Glen Cove. Southern State is also sluggish westbound from Broad Hollow Road over to Peninsula Boulevard, and then LIE westbound is also heavy from Glen Cove over towards the Cross Island. I'm Patty Benzina. Our next report is at 5:11. 1010 wins on 92.3 FM. A less than perfect weekend weather today. AccuWeather meteorologist Matt Benz here now with a live look at the forecast. Matt?
And as we look around the tri-state right now, some sun popping out, so that's some good news. But if you are out and about, keep an eye on the sky. You'll notice if you get a good view out to the north and west, those clouds still looking pretty bubbly out there. And there are some showers and even some thunderstorms up through the Hudson Valley and across North Jersey. And these could still swing through the city here over the next couple of hours. So it looks like things should begin to quiet down here later on this evening. Tomorrow we should salvage most of the day looking dry, though there could be a late day shower in a couple of spots. Our next best chance for more widespread rain returns into tomorrow night. Donna?
Yeah, I just made contact with Martinique.
AccuWeather, and for updates on the forecast from AccuWeather, keep it locked right here at 1010 wins at 92.3 FM all weekend. Well, no arrests yet after an argument on the street in Lower Manhattan that ended in a stabbing today. The victim, police say, was a tour bus operator. After exchanging words with two other men in front of a building on State Street, the argument turned physical, and the victim ended up with knife wounds in the shoulder and torso. Police say he is now in stable condition. According to investigators, they have not given much of an explanation yet for the violent thief. A big day for horse racing fans. It is Belmont Stakes Day, the third and final leg of horse racing's Triple Crown. There won't be a Triple Crown awarded this year, though, since the Kentucky Derby and Preakness were won by two different horses. Derby champ Sovereignty sat out the Preakness to rest up for the Belmont. The Sovereignty will face off with Preakness champ Journalism along with six other competitors, with the latter favored to win, though not by much. Post time is just
Yeah, I got a confirmation from Martinique. Martinique. There you go. I just made contact with Martinique. On 10 meters. There we go. My call sign is right there. See, Kilo Delta 2. Yeah, Martinique. Thank you for that. Contact Martinique. No, I don't know about DXMAP because I'm not registered with DXMAP. I'm not registered with DXMAP, so I don't know. I don't think it's going to come up there. Unless somebody reports my station. But I don't have a... Yeah, right? Looks nice. So I got a new country confirmed. So now I'm going to check on something. I'm going to check on something. So I'm going to go to awards. I'm going to logbook. I'm going to, I think it's North America. Let's see. Yep. 49 out of, I need two more countries to get the Master of North America. Martinique got me closer. Two more countries to Master North America. So thank you, Martinique. Thank you, Martinique. 96% complete. I need two more countries. So I need Nicaragua. Nicaragua, if I could get Nicaragua confirmed, that'll be number 48. And then there's a couple other countries. I'm thinking which ones. Let me see. Sorry. I use on social over here. Let me see if I can. Let me see. Let me see if I can. Just see over here. So bright over here. Let's see. Bermuda. That's doable. I can get Bermuda one day. So which ones are gonna be hard? Anguilla, I can probably get one day. So I'm going at the easy ones first. I can get you Anguilla, Bermuda. The other ones are too obscure. Those are gonna be hard. Nicaragua is doable. St. Vincent is doable. I see St. Vincent. And Bartholomew, I made a contact there. But it's doable. It's doable. So I'm gonna say it's doable within the next, it's doable. It's doable. They don't have that badge. What is that noise? The Cayman Island, okay. Venezuela. It's doable. So it's doable. I know Nicaragua. I seen enough. Bermuda, I can probably get that on a single sideband one day, maybe a contest. So they're doable. The other islands are more, on 10 meters. I see Cocos Island. Cocos Island. So I'm getting there. I'm 2 away, so I'm very excited. Martinique. I made contact with them before, but they didn't confirm it. So now that they confirm it, I'm down to 2 countries on North America. So that right there just made my day. That made my day. One step closer to getting that award. So, that's France. Okay, no. So of course, France. Right now, France. That's France. Anyway, this is 10 meters. So I was on 6 meters earlier, but it went dead. So I'm gonna bring the Kidos in any minute. I'm still charging the Ham Geek. So I just ate some spaghetti. I'm taking a little break. My son is sleeping right now. We did a lot of walking yesterday. We did a lot of walking in Times Square and all that. So my son is tired. He's sleeping all day today. Poor baby. He haven't walked so much in a long time. My wife is taking a nap upstairs in the recliner. So, and I'm here doing a live stream. Let me turn off my stereo. get some water. Let me go get some water. Nah, he's not into that. All right, I got my water. Let me get some tissue. All right, all right, I'm back. Let me lower the volume and then we can talk. I see another country there. What's that? El Salvador. Oh, I have El Salvador. I already made contact with El Salvador. I got El Salvador, so I'm not gonna. Yeah. All right, let me clean my glasses. Yeah, my son is not into Harry Potter. He doesn't care about all that. He's not into that. Thank God. And I am saying thank God because honestly, I don't want to go off on a tangent. I don't care about I never care about that stuff. To me, it's all commercialism. You know, many years ago, I enjoyed the original Star Wars when I was a young boy. I think when I saw it, I was 9 years old. My older brother took me to see Star Wars, and I loved it. Of course, now it's just a money-making machine. They just want to, milk it for what it is. It's unfortunate that everything now has to be commercialized. Everything you could think of, that you grew up with, has been exploited and commercialized. Turned into a movie, turned into a miniseries, turned into all this stuff. Instead of just enjoying we enjoyed the movie for what it was. It's the nature of the beast, I guess. Well, it is the nature of the beast. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Even as a little boy, I remember, I was never a big Disney fan. I never cared about the Disney cartoons. I thought they were not funny. I'm more of a darker side of humor. Like I like the misfit type cartoons. Like Foghorn Leghorn, I thought he was funny. Tom and Jerry, they're funny. I never found Mickey Mouse to be funny or entertaining. I just never liked it, Disney, even as a kid. Anything associated with Disney, I didn't like. Just didn't care for it. And it carried on over the years. And of course, it turns out that now Disney is just woke company. I remember back in MySpace. I still have that MySpace account, by the way. When we was on MySpace, we played this game called Mobsters. It was a social networking game called Mobsters, where you have to make many friends on MySpace. and you invite them to the game app, and then you become your mafia becomes bigger. And it had language and all that. Of course, it has violence. It's about the mob. The game is about the mafia. So it involves criminality and all that. That's why it's called Mobsters. And then another company came out with Mafia Wars, Zynga. They came out with the competitor called Mafia Wars, which is another one. Yeah, but I never liked them Mafia Wars because they didn't allow to comment on boards on other people's whiteboard. Comment on other people's pages. They call it the whiteboard. Mobsters did. So there was a lot of shit talking on Mobsters and all that. Unfortunately, there was a lot of online bullying too. There was some online bullying. I'm not gonna deny that there was some. I was a target of that too. But it was a game for grown-ups. It was not rated for kids. And the company Playdom made that game, Mobsters. They also made a couple of other games. There was one called Overdrive. They had another game called Space Wars, I think it was, or something. I don't know. Then they had one called Sorority Life. Sorority Life. It's Mobsters version of it's basically the sorority version of Mobsters. There's a lot of shit talking, a lot of backstabbing type. But Disney bought that company that ran Mobsters, and they ruined the game. They ruined the game. They try to clean up a mafia game. How can you clean up a mafia game? But they tried. They tried to clean it up. They tried to clean it up. And eventually the game took a nosedive. And, 5 years later after that, the game is no longer around. There is still some remnants of the Mobsters. Other people, resurface the game on other servers, but it's not the same game. At one time, it peaked over a few million active users on Mobsters. But when Disney bought them, because they also bought Sorority Life, they bought the whole company that made those games. They ruined the game. They just ruined it. They try to put their little woke stuff on there. They made the game soft. Oh, you can't use language, blah, 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 blah. They started banning a whole bunch of people, and the game went south. This is what Disney does. They just ruin stuff. Like they try to remake all these classical movies. Like The Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid was a white, red-headed mermaid. But of course, they have to inject their wokeness into it to pander a group. Let's just call it for what it is. This is hour number, we're approaching hour number 3. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And, whatever. If not, go to the other channel and be entertained by a person that's always asking for pizza. Pizza money, or, otherwise he's going to starve to death. You can go there. If you like what I do, here we go. I'm going to put my PayPal. And I'm going to put it. Why not? I'm going to put it. Let me go put it. Why not? Let me replicate a little bit. Maybe it'll work for me. Let me go to all my, let me just go to all my links. No, actually, yeah. I'll do this. Here we go. And I'm a little toasty. Well, I'm going to start opening mine in about another hour. Around 6 o'clock or so, I'll start opening mine up. If you like what I do on PayPal, here you go. Any amount to do. And also, I got my super chat. There you go. I'm working toward getting that L-shaped desk by the end of the month. I should get it. No, I don't think it, because I don't have it. I'm not a registered member of DX Maps, so I don't think you're gonna see my station there. RT08. I'm not a registered member of it. I don't really use the website. I don't need the website. I'm gonna tell you why I don't need the website. Because I have PSK Reporter. And when I go on 6 meters, I'm sending out my signal. I know where I'm reaching. I know where I can be heard. So vice versa. It goes vice versa. So I kind of don't need it in my case. Because I know before most people know. Or it does. Well, yeah, I'm not using that. I don't need it. I really don't need it. Because I look at two things. I'll show you. You don't need it either. I'll show you. Very simple. It's very simple. I'm going to show you right now. Let me minimize this. If you go to the website, let me see if I can go to that website. And actually, it's not even real time. But right now, for example, today. Anyway, this is the website for the widget. You know, the widget. This widget. The widget. So I have my widget right here. This software has the widget. I just click right here. See what it says KP index? KP index. I know you can't read it because this thing doesn't focus. KP index. I click on that. And let me bring it over here. You can see right now 6 meters is closed. 4 meters is closed. 2 meters is closed. If any of that is open, that's generally a good sign for FM DXing. Okay? This is what I look at. I don't need to look at everything else. I look at this only. And I know you can try to tune on FM DX. Especially when it says open ES, skip, open ES, status, right? You know how you've seen in the last few days? This was all green. VHF, I'm talking about. See what it says VHF conditions? Right now, everything is red. So it's not really good today. I tried it. It's not that good. But if this was all green, then that's very good conditions. If VHF is open, that's very good conditions. I don't need DX maps. Of course, people are not going to tell you that. But I'm telling you that. I don't need DX maps. I don't need it. I've proven that. I don't need it. I was talking to somebody on TikTok last night. He was doing a live stream on FT8. He was doing a live stream. He had like 90 people watching him. And I asked him, I said, how many contacts you made on 6 meters in the last few days? He said, I only made a couple. And he's a general. I only made a couple. And I was like scratching my head. How you only made a couple? Everybody's been making contacts like crazy the last few days. I made over 120 plus in 3 days. I mean, 4 days, spanning out 3.5 days. I made over 120 plus contacts in 3.5 days. And, I'm a tech, whatever. The other, he's a general. Oh, look, see, it's fully charged. See, it's fully charged now. See, it's all green. All right, that's how you know it's fully charged. There you go, it's fully charged. So there you go, it's fully charged. Yeah, green. There you go, it's fully charged now. So you know what? I made 120 plus contacts. You guys saw how many contacts I made. You saw how far I got. I was going coast to coast on 6 meters. Why? I'm gonna give you a number reason. I'm gonna give you the number one reason why I made all those contacts. And that guy is a general. Here he said he didn't make. He said he only made a couple of contacts. I'm gonna give you the number one reason why. Let me know if you want to hear it. What is the number one reason why I made all those contacts? Take a guess. Take a guess. I just gave you a hint. I don't need DX maps. Take a guess. I want you guys to think a little bit. And it goes with a lot of things in life, by the way. I'm going to type in the word in the chat. I'll give you a hint. I don't use DX maps. I never used it. I don't need it. Unlike other people out there making videos on it just to get a couple of views. Yes, I do put in my time. But I don't follow the herd. I don't follow the herd. Instead of talking about it, and that's what I'm saying, you put in the time. I sat here and let it play out. I let it play out. I let it play out. I only did two things. Two things. I checked a couple of more things. I checked that. I come on FT8. FT8 is probably the best indicator. FT8 is the best indicator for band conditions. I know you hams out there think single sideband rules the world. FT8 tells you FTA is the canary in the coal mine. Remember what I just said, people. You can use my quote. I'm not going to patent it. I'm not going to patent this quote. FTA is the canary in the coal mine. Repeat after me. FTA is the canary in the coal mine. If you know what that is, if you know what that means, then you understand what I just said. You just understood what I meant. So anything that happens in FTA is a real-time indication of conditions. Forget about DX maps. That's people reporting. That's already a delay. That means people are reporting. I don't wait for that. I'm watching it here in real time. That's the difference between me and a lot of channels out there. They don't put in the work. They don't have the scope open, and they don't look at this indicator right here, and they certainly don't look at this one. They don't look at this one. Okay? They're not looking at this stuff. This tells me everything right here. That's it. 1, 2. That's it. 1, 2. I don't need DX maps. I don't need anything else. Proof is in the pudding. You know, I don't know if the other guy mentioned that he caught 6 meters on a whole bunch of I don't know if he said that yet. On single sidebar, you know, but I showed you. I showed you live. I showed you live on 6 meters how lit up it was, how far I was making contacts. Nobody that I know of did the same thing. Nobody. You know why? Because they were behind. They were behind the times. They were waiting for other people to tell them it's okay to try it. Okay? That's the difference between people like me and people like the herd. The herd. That's what I call them. I call them the herd. The herd. Or the lemmings. Lemmings, herd. The herd. They don't have a mind. They don't have the mind of their own. They don't have the what they call the what's the word? I like that word, that initiative. They have no initiative. They can't think for themselves. They can't figure things out. They have to wait for someone else to tell them it's okay to try it. You understand that? As a difference. That's a big difference for some. So I don't need DX maps. You know, and one other site that really helps me out is this site, PSK Reporter. This tells me when I'm being heard. This website, Grid Tracker. By the way, the general guy that I was talking to last night on TikTok, he don't use this that often. He said he had trouble. He had trouble trying to figure it out. Mind you, he's a general and I'm a tech. Okay, I'm a tech. I'm still a tech. I'm still a lowly tech. I probably talk more on this channel than a lot of extras ever did if they had a channel. Since I got my license. And I can say that. I can say that now. He didn't even use this tool, which is it's mind-boggling that you wouldn't even use this tool also. And they're all free. They're all free. This is free. This, all you have to do is when you go to when you have your WSJTX set up, I'll show you how easy it is to set up. You go to File, you go to Settings, Reporting. It's right there, Reporting. Just click on that. Enable PSK Reporter Spotting. That's all you need to do. Once you do that, PSK Reporter will monitor what you're doing. That's all he needed to do. So for a general, he doesn't know anything. I'm sorry to say. He didn't even know what I was talking about. It's not complicated. It's just one check box to set that up, PSK. Once you check that box, it takes a few minutes. And then you go to PSK Reporter. You go to PSK Reporter. I'm going to show you how easy it is. You put your call sign here. You put the band here. You put the whatever mode here. And how long ago? I already have it for the last 2 hours. I should have done 3 hours. Let me put 3 hours. And that's it. This automatically updates itself every 2 or 3 minutes or so. Whatever. Okay? That's it. And make sure you this one. Signal sent by. Because I want to monitor what I'm sending out. If you want to put send and receive, then you put this one. If you want to put receive only, then you put this one. You understand? That's all you need to do. So if I put receive, it's different. This is for listening only. See that? That's receiving only. So, for shortwave listeners, you put receive. And you put a shortwave call sign. When you set up your WSJTX for listening only, you put your shortwave call sign. Whatever call sign you got on WSJTX, you put it here and it'll monitor what you're listening. And that's it. That's all you need to do. It's not rocket science. But I figured this out along with a couple of, people that I watched. And believe me, it wasn't that guy. It was other people that I learned this from. Just letting you know. Don't follow people blindly. Like end all be all gospel. I'm being straight up. I'm being serious. And the send and receive is this one. So this is send and receive. But if you're sending out signals only, you're an operator, then you want to do sent by. And they are nice to look at, exactly. So now this is what I sent by. So this is what I sent out and people heard me. This is what people heard me over here, okay? I take the time to do this live to show people. I should be getting many more watchers. So when people that watch, oh, this guy got 500 people watching. That guy yesterday had 91 people on his TikTok watching. He didn't know how to do this. He did not know how to do this. He didn't know how to use PSK Reporter. For a general, I find that to be laughable. Laughable. Really is. It's laughable. So, it went back to red. Anyway, it's fully charged. We know it's fully charged because it turned green. All right. So there you go. It's fully charged. So yeah. So you know what? That's why I tell you, you don't need DX maps. I'm not registered with DX maps. I'm not registered with FM lists. I don't care for all that. I know when FM is on. I'm not an expert on I'm not, I don't, but I tried stuff out. Because I had people tell me in the past, oh, you shouldn't use an amplifier for FM DXing because it might actually ruin you. No. You need to try. And this one works well, You can't go by You cannot only go by what people say. You have to try anyway. You still got to try anyway. You understand? You know? If I believe everything one particular channel says, you know, come on, man. You know, seriously. Like, oh, it's not the station because it doesn't have this much power. You know, how you know it might be you know, it might just be like a sporadic. Yeah, because people think sporadic E only happens on FM. No, it can happen on any band. Sporadic E can happen on any band. Remember that. From what I read, it can happen on any band on any given time. You know? You could be tuning the weather band. And you can pick up a weather station from another region. It can happen. You can be listening to the air band in here airport that's 200 miles away. Not your local airport. You might pick up another airport. You know? And I realized that, you know, that when I started live streaming, some people got threatened, you know? And that's fine. You know why? Because that's on you, bro. That's not on me. I'm here to stay. You know, hey, my channel's growing. I'm about to hit 5,400. Last time I checked, I was at 5388 this morning, I believe. So I'll be at 5,400 by the end of the week, easily. And then 5,500, and then I'll be on the other side going to 6,000. So there you go, Spain. Nicaragua? Oh, no, Salvador. Okay, Salvador. There you go. Thank you very much. You know, I know that the proponent of radio says FTA is boring now. Oh, I find FTA is boring. But, you know, he should have said FTA is the canary in the coal mine when it comes to all types of reception. Instead, he says Channel 6 is the... That's not true. Because Channel 6 comes on more often than... Channel 6 comes on more often than 6 meters. I mean, this is 10 meters, but 6 meters. So I'm going to say that's bullshit. Because I heard the Super Bowl many times. Doesn't mean FM is that good. No. So I'm going to say that's bullshit. It does. It does pique your interest. But I think, well, here, No, that's the band scope for FT8. Those are the people, these people are transmitting on these. So this guy, let me see. Venezuela is right here. See this blue one? Venezuela, that's him right there. I'm over here. I'm at 1400. So this is just a band. It's a snapshot of 28.74 megahertz. That's all this is. So that's just whoever's here is there. All right. And it tells you how strong the signal is here. So this one is weak. This one is weak. This one is weak. This one is kind of strong. When it's orange, it's really strong. Okay, that's what that means. And I'm over here. Well, 1400. I'm right here. I'm right here. Receive, you know. So on their end, they're gonna see me yellow here. I don't see. By the way, you don't see yourself. I see them, but then I don't see myself. They see me yellow here. So that's what that means. Now this is a map, of course. That's just a map. But this is this. All right. It's just a waterfall. But nobody won't tell you that. All these single side banners, because they don't know. They don't know shit about shit. I gotta say it. Some of them don't know shit about shit. They're stuck in the Stone Age. They're back in the Stone Age. But this is an indicator. This is the canary in the coal mine on the any band condition you want to check out. You want to monitor. So I'm gonna jump on 6. Let me jump on 6. I'm gonna jump on 6. Let me erase this. It's gonna take time, but I'm gonna jump on 6. Let me transmit on 6. So let me switch to 6. 6 meters. I'm gonna put the last 15 minutes. So right now it's nothing. It's nothing. That means nothing. Don't worry about that. So we'll check in a few minutes. We'll check this in a few minutes. So that's 6 meters. Of course, as this passes by, that's old. If there's anybody there, you'll see them. Right now, so far, nobody. So we'll wait. I show you this stuff on real time. This is not, edited video. This is not edited video. This is not, smoke and mirrors. This is real time. So you're actually going to learn something here. So you see right now, so far, nobody is, this is old. This is old. Forget about that. Right now, it's blank, right? There's nobody. So right now it's dead. But I'm gonna let it play out for a few. And I'm sending out a signal too. So I'll give it a couple of more minutes. We'll go back to PSK Reporter and we'll see if anybody heard me. I'll give it a few minutes for it to, hear my signal reported. So this is why I don't need DX maps. I run this, I can tell if I get out or not, or if I'm hearing other people. Because this is real time. And then I can check here, but this is still delayed. This is also delayed, by the way. So you see, right now it's closed. So, but real time right now, there's nothing going on. So let me go to PSK Reporter and refresh it. Yeah, see, nobody. So right now the band is dead. Right now the band is dead. You see? Only a very local person heard me. Let me see. Yeah, very local. See? So right now it's dead. Band is dead. You see that? That's real time. So that's 6 meters. It's dead. But I would have got anything, if somebody would have heard me already somewhere else, I already know ahead of time before it get reported on all these other places. I could say, oh, okay, something is I got hurt in the Caribbean. I got hurt over here. Now I get an idea that I could start maybe FM DXing or something else. But right now it's dead. It's dead. So we could assume that it's dead. And I'm going to check it again right now. Yeah, you see it's dead. Nobody's here. It's dead. The band is dead. So we're done with that. So let me go back to 10. Let me erase that. Let me tune. So maybe I'm going to stay on 10. See, already somebody popped up on 10. All right. And you see, it's already coming down. Look. That's 10. Okay, so 10. So that's what the waterfall is for. See? They're coming in now. That's 10. They're all coming in. This is going to populate any second. There you go. See? So that's done. This is done. Calling out. Understand now? They're calling out right now. That's done. So that's 10 meters. So you saw in real time what that indicates. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's a couple of obscure ones not showing up here yet because they're not strong enough. Now they're coming in. Now it's 6. You see? So that's real time. It's all real time right now. Okay, so now let's go back to 10. The last 15 minutes. There you go. That's just the last few minutes. So the last 15 minutes. That just happened right now. All right. Last 15 minutes. Okay. So that's why I have to use them. So DX maps to me, I don't really need it. I really don't need it. And there you go. I already got one. Italy. I got her. They ain't making contact with me right now. Italy. So there you go, Italy. And you can hear it. You hear that? When you hear that too, that means the band is alive. There you go. Contact with Italy. Thank you for the contact. There you go. on 10 meters. Just like that. You see that? So conditions are, they're not the best, but they're good on 10 right now. Okay, so, but 6 meters is dead now. It's dead. That's it. The ride is over for now on 6 meters. Compared to what it was a few days ago, yeah, it's dead now. And this will probably be dead by tomorrow. Tomorrow this will be dead again. Because 10 meters in the summertime usually is dead too. So in the fall, in the winter, 10 meters will be all the way down here. You see me do it. So right now, 10 meters is just, right here, not that much. It's not going to be crazy on 10 either. And that's because of the summertime, warmer months. Usually 10 meters is not that good. I'll get a few contacts here and there. But it really picks up in the fall and over the winter. 10 meters shines. All right. So, of course, whenever I get my general, I can do $20. Right now, I can't do any of that. But the fact that I only can do 10 and so on actually helped me focus on this better to predict. I say that too. Don't just jump onto the general because you want to do HF. Try to learn a lot from what you're using already. Like for example, DMR. I would have never learned that. Have I just went to the general, straight into general. And this is VHF, UHF, this is digital voice mode. I would have never learned that. And that's the learning curve in itself, setting that stuff up. It's not easy. All these single sidebanders on HF think that, trust me, any monkey can do single sideband with the radio in his hand on 20 meters. And I mean that as a metaphor, people. Don't get it twisted. In other words, any person with any intelligence can do single sideband. Or in this case, a 7200 of very little intelligence. Anybody can talk on 7200 with below, intelligence, whatever, low IQ. Try setting up FT8. Try setting up DMR. Okay, it takes computer skills. It takes a little bit of science. It takes, patience. Like I said, anybody can do single sideband. That doesn't impress me. It really doesn't. But they won't come out here. Nobody won't challenge me on that. A couple of people tried and failed. Single sideband. I worked all these countries single sideband. It took you 50 years to work all these countries. Yeah, all right. Good luck on that, bro. Including some of these extras that come on here. They still can't make contact with me, even though they're extras. How you not an extra can't figure out how to make a contact with me? On any of the two bands that I've been on. I make contact with hamradio DXing, transatlantic. And he was on 20 watts. And we both, entry level ham. And we managed to do that. But some of you extras that are out there, you know, always coming in here, have made contact with me. You know, because they don't know how to use this. They don't know how to use this. Or they don't care to use it, or they're too lazy, or whatever it is. You know, hey, I'm just going to say it. You know? But when you have so many years under your belt, you suffer from know-it-all syndrome. That's what I call it, know-it-all syndrome. You suffer from that. People suffer from that stuff. Smart ass syndrome, or SAS. I'm going to patent that one. SAS. Smart ass syndrome. Yeah, I've been at him for 30 years, therefore I'm a smart ass. You know? Let me go get my phone. My phone should be fully charged. Oh no. Oh shit, my phone. Wait a minute. My phone is fully charged already. What am I doing? Let me go look at my phone for something. I'll be sending out signal now. Let me just put the volume up. Yeah. If you like what I do, send me a pizza. You're kidding me. Jesus Christ. I'm watching Lemmings. Let me see the Lemmings. Lemming stream. Yeah, same old familiar faces. I'm going to let this roll today. This live stream's going to roll. What time is it right now locally? 6:06? Yeah. I'm going to wait till about another hour before I crack my first beer. I'm letting them get nice and cold. Oh, God, please. Really? He's going to get a fund for that now? For this? I just saw. Oh, my God. Come on, man. Jesus Christ. That's funny. Oh, jeez. Oh, are you kidding me? This radio is like $57. You can buy it now. What the heck? There you go. Let me get my. I'm gonna pop something up here. And it's a goof. It's a goof, people, but here we go. Maybe not a goof. Yeah, it's a goof. It's a goof. Here we go. I'm been around for 3 hours. You know what? 3 hours. There you go. There you go. There you go. Wow. Let's see. Name something that I should pick up. I am planning to get an FM. I do want to get a periodic type antenna. A real bigger FM antenna. There's one antenna that I really would like to get, and it's huge, but it's like $200 and something. But even if I get that antenna, where the hell I'm going to put it at? Because that antenna is big. It's a channel master. So, yeah, I'm going to say the L-shaped desk to finish the shack. L-shaped desk to finish the live studio ham shack setup. There you go. That's what I put. Let me just put the goal. Why not? Why not? There we go. There we go. You know, anything extra, we'll get a. Of course, I still want to get the Eton Elite Executive, like the one RRT08. So priority is going to be the L-shaped desk first, and then that radio. Also, a desktop version of this radio. A desktop version of this radio, so I can have a permanent setup. Okay, Portugal. That's Portugal. Thank you for the contact, Portugal. And there you go. Let's see. RT08. I need to get up. Let me go this time. Sorry, I'm going to shout over this. RT08. I need to get up an HF antenna. I have a diamond vertical for 2 meters. Yeah, I need to get mine up. I still have it right here. Where did I just put it at? Where is my antenna? I'm gonna go probably. I'm thinking next week, but I need to buy the cords because I want to put the AC. I'm gonna. I was actually thinking about doing today, or clear this. I'll show you. Clear all the stuff out the window, and I was gonna put the air conditioner there, and then I could bring in that. I mean, it's not a diamond. You don't know what I'm talking about. I bought it from AliExpress. The fiberglass one. Oh, it's right here. Shit, I knocked out my fucking. Holy shit, Danny. What a dumbass. Okay, dumbass. Be careful with that. And where's my remote flew? Jesus Christ, Danny. Anyway, this is the one I have. So the same one as that one, kind of. I mean, it's not diamond. But I need to mount this one up there too. So this is the one I'm gonna mount up there. It's from HYS, and I got the ground plane kit for this one. I just need to buy coax. Probably gonna be 75 feet of Okay, there goes my remote. Oh, thank you. Found my remote. I dropped my selfie stick tripod. Let me hook this back up here. Sorry. I was testing this. This is the one I was using yesterday. Jesus Christ, Danny. That's why I got to pick up this place. I got too much crap now. And I don't want to risk damaging stuff. Okay, so this goes like this, right? Oh, no, it goes like this. Okay. Yeah, I dropped this by mistake. This is my new selfie stick tripod. This is what I had. This is the one I had in Times Square last night. See? Pretty cool. Oh, thank you, RT08. Yes, thank you very much for that super chat for the L-shaped desk. Okay, now this one is, I'm about to knock this one over. So what the hell's wrong with me today? I just upgraded my chair. I put new wheels on my chair. You know, because I'm using this. I'm using my chair again. This one. But I fixed the wheels. I put new wheels on this one. They're like rollerblade wheels. They're actually very good now for this chair. This is my chair for down here. You know, the original one comes with some plastic wheels, right? But I bought replacement wheels for that. They look like rollerblade wheels. They're bigger. And you don't hear it no more, right? Remember we used to hear the chair all the time rolling? Not anymore. Those are rollerblade wheels, basically. Let me heart that. Thank you, bro. Thank you very, I know the other person doesn't do this, but I do this. Thank you very much for your support, my friends. I know I'm reading to you. I should just type it, but I read when I type. But thank you. I really appreciate it. So so as you can see, like I said, I mentioned it. This is a standing desk. This one is going to go on the other side. The L-shaped desk is going to take over this whole thing right here. I'm just waiting on when I get paid in 3 more weeks. And then I'm going to order it as soon as I get that money wired into my account. And then I'm going to hook this up with all radios. All the transceivers are coming down here. I'm going to have the switches. Oh, you have an old IKEA desk. Yeah. The one I'm looking at is an Amazon. Actually, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what I'm looking at into. There's a couple of them I'm looking into. I'll show you. One of them is carbon fiber. I'm not going to get the carbon fiber one. I don't want the carbon fiber. I'm just going to go type it. Let me open it up. Actually, let me say something here. I want to see this. There's one guy in here that he's a real dick from his chat. He's always hating on Trump. So, Old Records, whatever his name is, Old Records. He sounds like a real douchebag. Anyway, let me close that. Done there. So somebody's getting a radio fund for this. Give me a break. All right. Let me show you the desk that I'm looking into. There's a couple of models. There's one that's carbon fiber. I'm not crazy about carbon fiber. I think carbon fiber is going to warp. So let me go to Amazon. I'll show you. First let me check this contact. Oh, it stopped. Anyway, forget about that contact. Okay, so anyway, sorry about that. Let me just forget about that. Skipping that contact. Sorry. I guess I timed out and I couldn't get his contact. My fault. Sorry about that. All right, let me go to Amazon. Amazon. And what is that noise? Oh, I know what that is. I think that's my what you call it? My power strip. So if it's a power surge, I get a beep. Okay. What the hell? What the hell is that now? Okay, I'm not liking that second one. Okay, I'm gonna take a precaution. I'm gonna shut off my transceiver for a couple of minutes. That's 2 alerts in a row, and I don't like it. I hope we're not getting a power brownout or something. Let me do this quick. Just for a few minutes. So I'm gonna stop. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna close this. Let me close this. Because that's the UPS that just beeped. Let me shut this down. I'm gonna shut down my power supply for a minute. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna, because that thing just gave me an alert. The UPS that has a power surge to it, a power thing. And I also have this one. But that one just gave me an alert 2 times in a row, and I'm not liking that. I'm not liking that. That means either we have a brownout just happened or something. Or surge. So I am not going to take any chances. All right, I'm not taking chances right now. I'm going to wait on that. All right, let me show you the L shape. Go back to that. All right, so the one I was looking at, I hope it didn't go up in price. It's something like this one. Wait a minute, which is the one I'm trying to see which size is it. I think it's this one. Yeah, something like it's not in the $60 range. Yeah, but this was a carbon fiber surface. I don't care about the carbon fiber. I'm gonna do a little more research on the carbon fiber. I just prefer something stronger. Well, theoretically, carbon fiber is stronger. What I'm worrying about is warping. Although I don't plan to put a lot of weight on top of it. So the one I was looking at is this one. This is the one I was looking into. I'll show you. That's one of them. 'Cause I just want a simple desk. I don't need no standing desk. Something simple where it's gonna have a couple of monitors over here. Maybe 1, 2 monitors. Gonna have my transceivers here, and that's it. It's not gonna need a lot of you know, and I saw the measurements on it. Pretty much it's perfect for here. No, I don't need nothing elaborate. I don't need no drawers, nothing like that. So see, yeah, these are the measurements that I wanted. So it's 50.5 inches. So I measured here, and it's perfect here. 50.5 inches and 50.5 inches. So that's perfect for this corner. I don't want it to be too big. So this is the one I'm looking into. And right now it's at a great price. So, and I saw the reviews on this. Let me see the reviews on this. Let me go look at the reviews on it. So you can see more pictures of, real pictures of this desk. Okay, not the pink one. Okay, why do people take pictures like, why do people post this stuff? Oh my God, really? Okay, see how this one looks? So you got a big screen right there. I'm not gonna have big screen. I'm gonna have this screen and maybe another one like this, and that's it. And then I'm gonna have my transceivers like right here. I'm gonna have this screen here, or another screen like this one here, transceiver, or another screen here, and then transceiver. I'm gonna have shelving right here, and I'm gonna have my scanner radios, my CB radio, and then on top I'm gonna put all the handhelds. Now it's gonna be all for amateur radio stuff, and the radio of the week. I'll have it over here or something. I don't know. And and that may change. Another one with the sideways. And that's the pattern that I want. That tone. So you can see it looks sturdy. So I'm gonna have a screen here, and maybe another screen right here. Then it's gonna be transceiver. I may get like a hutch. What do they call that? Not a hutch. The thing that I can put radios underneath and on top. Something like that. So, then of course up here I have the 55-inch, and then over here I'm gonna have a shelving with radios. So, and then that opening, that's where all the cables are gonna come in and out for the screen and for the rigs. I like that underneath is I can access. I want to put over here. Of course, I'm gonna have a computer. Yeah, I know it's about the same as this one. Yeah, I checked that. It's not shallow, but I don't need it to be deep anyway, because it's just for the flat screen. There's not gonna be no computers on top of this. It's just gonna be flat screens and FT891A, Zygo G90. Those are the main two that are gonna be here. The Zygo G90, Yaesu FT991A, and then everything else is going to go on a shelf, or I'll think of something. But the main two is going to be the Yaesu and because I want the Zygo for the Morse code, for CW, because that one has a decoder and it's only a 20-watt transceiver, and I want to use that one so I can start practicing CW. That's why I want that one next to this one. I want the Zygo next to this one. So this is going to be my FT8 single sideband. Zygo is going to be QRP, single sideband, but it's also going to be QRP for FT8, but it's also going to be CW on that one, because 20 watts. This is 100 watts. And this one also has 6 meters and VHF, UHF, this one. So that's why I want it like that. I want that setup. I can have them both. And then the shelf, I'm probably going to have scanner, CB, CB radio, the scanner, and then I want to have a couple of handhelds on top. And then, a couple of, little radios, whatever, radio of the day, that type of thing. I got to turn on the fan now. I'm sweating. I'm hot. It's hot in here now. Sorry, I'm going to put the fan on for a few minutes. Wow, it just got hot in here. Wow. But yeah, so that's what I want to do. So I was thinking, I could do it with a folding table. I have folding tables. Could put one in. But you know what? I want it to look a little nice. So I want a dedicated table for it. It's going to stay here. It's not going anywhere. It's going to stay there. and I'm going to hook it up. That's going to be my spot. And I need this to be open because, yeah, it was humid. Yesterday it was humid. Oh my God. And the day before that, it was, I think we hit 90. Right now we had rain earlier. Right now it's 73 degrees, but it's kind of humid right now. We had a thunderstorm earlier. We might get a chance of rain later on again. So, and so this is the carbon fiber one. Because you could tell, yeah. And you can see the pattern. That's carbon fiber. So there's somebody's gaming set up. Okay. So this one got 2 screens and the microphone. Yeah, so I want to also bring down my microphone. I want to incorporate the mic. Oh, I'm going to have the microphone on this desk. I'm going to have the microphone. This desk on the other side is going to have 2 screens also. So you see that? You see how pop? That's a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stuff that I see. That's so I think this one is a good deal. It doesn't wobble. Okay, that helps. Yeah, I don't want it to wobble. It's right going to be right against the wall. See, this one has 2 screens. And the price is good. Price is good on this one. You're not breaking the bank. I don't need to break the bank. I just want something that oh, this one has like this one set it up the other way, like a peninsula. Oh, that's pretty cool too. Like a peninsula. Oh, that's a nice idea too. Maybe I could go the opposite. Have it the other way, like a peninsula. Oh, but I want that corner occupied. So that's a nice idea too. And you go in here. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah. So you see this guy got wall mounted and he got, okay. You know, and I'm going to be, my desk is going to be right here. The camera is going to be facing that way. The 55 inches right here. So you're going to see the 55 inch in the background and a screen here with some information. And I may have another screen turned on here. I may even put one here. I don't know yet. But I might have the shelf here with some radios or whatever. So. No weenies allowed. That's so cute. This one with the cat. Yeah. So, I mean, it looks like a good desk. It looks like a good desk. And for the price, oh, this guy did it the other way. So again, he did it this way. Or she. I don't know. You see the chair? You see the wheels, the plastic wheels? I got rid of those wheels and I put they're like rollerblade style wheels. It's one big wheels. They're much better wheels. The stock wheels that come with it, they're cheap. They're plastic. Mine kept falling off. Oh, look at Doggo. Cute Doggo. What a cute little Doggo. So cute. Yeah. So. Yeah, this one complaining about the gap. There's a gap right there. So this one has 2 screens. That looks cool. You got a computer right here. Yeah, it's been. Look, he has look at the towel he has. That's pretty roomy. That's all I need. Pretty roomy. So there you go. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah, with the hutch, you got so you got it on sale, right? It's closing. Okay. I was lucky in Dallas. Business were closing. Got the desk with the hutch. Yeah. I don't even really want the hutch because the window is there, and I'm gonna put a shelf here anyway. I'm gonna mount the shelf, but I'm gonna put a strong shelf. In fact, I'm gonna use the cabinet screws for the brackets, strong shelving, because that one is gonna have a couple of radios and some stuff there. So anyway, so that's the one I'm looking into getting. Yeah, I mean that's a good price. That's a good price. So it's metal frame, and you got adjustable foot, adjustable. So that's the one I'm gonna get for here. And then this one is a standing desk. So this is gonna be my anchor desk. This is gonna go over here, and then you guys are gonna be looking at all of this in the background, more or less, 55-inch, and there's gonna be some stuff here. But as soon as I get the standing desk, then I will no longer do live stream this way. I'll switch over. So this right now is not permanent yet, because all this is gonna be moved. My standing desk is gonna be clear. I'm only gonna have one monitor, actually two monitors, 1, 2, and that's it. And the microphone, and my microphone with this one. No, I didn't want to do projector because you have to deal with angles and all that and lighting. I don't want to deal with all that. I didn't want to do the projector thing. Plus, I don't need it to be, I already had this 55-inch. I bought this 55. This is a Roku 55-inch. I bought this for $300. Actually, it was priced at $297 or something. $300. I bought this 5 years ago. $300 on eBay. I took a gamble on it, and it's been working fine. Yeah, it's a Roku TV. 55-inch. It does a good job, So I can easily read the chat here, So yeah, I don't need a projector because I already have the TV. So plus sometimes I want to have the lights off and turn on the. For example, I want to turn on the. Turn all these lights off. A projector is kind of hard to keep focus. Also, have the lights off. Let me move the chair back. I'll show you. Let me give you an example. Okay, let me do this. Sometimes I want to.
We're here for our convertible.
How about an SUV? Want to get out of here? Here's the Shibata.
Und here's the Sonic cream.
Okay, let's move on.
Where are those trucks? We're right here.
Whatever it is, we're here for it. Yep, silly.
I can play something in the back while I'm talking. I can play something in the back. I don't know. I can play whatever, I don't know. Sometimes I want to play something like this in the background. Well, of course, now with the audio on, you know, sometimes I want to talk about something. I can just play it, talk about it, you know. Looks pretty good. Oh, there we go. Got the LED lights up there. You know, also Super Bowl. I can kind of show the game. I kind of show the game here and there, or a live event. Also, I can do that. You know, right now I just really small, but yeah, I can easily say, hey, I'll make it full blown. Let's see, full blown. There we go. That's full blown right there. You know. There you go. But yeah, I could do a lot of things, you know. And this guy right here. Wow.
Sí, estamos súper contentos porque ya estamos inaugurando el proyecto de conservación por casi 400 millones de pesos, 398 y algo ahí, que se han invertido en términos
I guess he's comparing all the ready with the same chip. Pretty cool. That's cool. I like that. Now I gotta keep those in. There you go. So you know what? I'm gonna give him credit. Thank you, Andy DX. Yeah, Andy DX, Andy DX FM, 21 subs. I don't know. Anyway, you see, you never know when you're gonna find interesting videos like that. I like to show them. I like to show videos like that of other channels. You know, 21 subs. Yes, but nice little videos you got there already. Keep up the good work, Andy DX FM. Nice. So you see, you know, with a projector, you know, you got to be worrying about focusing all that. I don't want to do that. I want to have a dedicated screen. I could point on it. I could talk about whatever. You know, I got the fan going on here, so yeah. Well, like I said, they when they contacted me, they put me on the list for the next radio model to test. So let me go right here and see talk about like that, you know. See my beautiful face for a couple of minutes. So, and I'm gonna put some stuff here. I don't know yet what I want to do here. I may put a couple shelving. I don't know yet what I want to do here. I was even thinking about putting a 9x16 screen. So I may do that. I don't know yet. There are a couple of things I might do. So I don't know yet. Because I'm not going to be able to access this area anyway because the other corner desk is going to be here. But yeah, there's a few things. Man, I got a whisker up here. What the hell? One of my hair's sticking out like a whisker. I got whiskers. I got whiskers up here. Where's my water? I need my water. Let me get my water. What the hell? I'm tripping over everything. I'm sorry. Let me get my water. Water right here. So, you know, it's a work in progress. The hardest thing was to mount the screen because It's heavy. And I'm only one person. I had no help doing putting this up. I had to put it up myself. So I got to mount it. I got to mount right there for a smaller screen. And then, of course, I got the screen below me. That's the one that you've been seeing. So here, I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I'm thinking about putting a plaque here. Or I don't know yet what I'm going to put here. I don't know. Then I want to have shelving down here above the desk. I want to have shelving. That's going to go from probably all the way out here. And I'm going to have stuff, radios there and all that stuff. So. Yeah, this is Windows 11. On this computer is Windows 11. Yeah, this computer, I upgraded to Windows 11. Originally, it was not. It had Windows 10, but I went ahead and did the little registry thingy, and I put Windows 11. So this is Windows 11. So yeah, this one has Windows 11. And that's another thing too. I think I'm gonna leave this one here for FT8 and all that. For streaming, I'm gonna get a dedicated computer for it. Yeah, I know. My Vizio, this one right here. That was my first flat screen LCD. That's a 32-inch. When I bought that one, it was $799. When I bought that one, it was $799. Back in 2007. It was 2007, I think. I still have it. And it works fine. But when I bought that one, it was $799. I remember. And $800 plus. And that goes up to 1080p. And that's, yeah. And then, I bought that one at Costco. I think it was Costco. Or it might have been Sam's Club. I think it was Costco. And I put the extended 2-year on it. After the second year, the tuner on that TV went dead. It went dead. It went dead completely. And so that one works fine, except the TV tuner is dead. So no TV tuner on that one is dead. But everything else works fine. So now that I'm using this one, I'm not using that one no more for a second screen. But that one has a small computer right there. It's an older computer. And that one, I may be running something on that one in the background. I don't know yet. Actually, I'm going to move this one down here and I'm going to put something in the background. I'll show you. I'm going to put Simon's clock. Simon's map. Is it this way? Yes, this way. Sorry. So over here, I'm going to run Simon's map. Let me go back up here. Simon's world map. I'll run it right here. Let it run here. There you go, Simon's world map. So I'll probably have this one running here, and then here, of course, now I move the thing down here. So yeah, I think I can put this one on ham clock or the PSK reporter. I can have it here. Or the FT is done. I got PSK report updating something in real time. And then I'm going to be facing this way and talking to you guys. And I'm going to have my standing desk here. So, yeah. And then, of course, I'm going to have a shelving all the way out here for radios, transceiver. Of course, eventually, I would like to get the ICOM IC 7300. And then that'll be my main HF rig. And then this Yaesu will be just for VHF, UHF, and for listening. Whatever. I don't know yet. Because of this one, I also got it for C4 FM. Unfortunately, C4 FM is not a good mode for digital voice. I actually like DMR better. I like DMR better for digital voice. There's a lot more people to talk to on DMR. You know, not only not only on Brandmeister Network, but there are other DMR networks. Yaesu only has Yaesu, and there's not that many people to talk to. They're harder to find, and it's a kind of a it's supposed to be less of a pain to set up. I actually find it more of a pain to set up, especially with this transceiver. DMR, I just plug in the hotspot, wait a few minutes, turn on my radio, key up, and I'm ready to talk to people anywhere in the world. With no, I don't have to do anything. With the Yaesu, it's a pain in the ass. You got to go find the group. Every time you connect to a group, you got to disconnect to the group. If you forget that step, you're gonna have to restart the you're gonna have to restart the radio, reset your connection. I didn't know about all that when I got into C4 FM. So I really don't recommend it. If you like DMR and you're thinking about getting a Yaesu just for C4 FM, I strongly suggest don't waste your money. Don't waste your money. So I learned from it. I made contacts on C4 FM, but overall, I'm not impressed with it. I like DMR better. It's much cheaper. It's much cheaper to get into digital voice hobby on DMR, and you're gonna talk to a lot of people right away. Even if you don't have a radio, you can use an app called DroidStar. You can use Echolink, also Echolink. You don't even need a radio for that. You can just use your computer or the app to talk. As long as you have your call sign, your license, you can talk to anybody in the world on that. But if you want a radio like this one, Baofan DM1701, this is about $50. I get good audio reports on this. I made hundreds of contacts on this already worldwide on 70 centimeter. That's what I use for my also 2 meters. It's $50 radio as opposed to Yaesu, or even if you get an ICOM D-Star or Kenwood D-Star, that can run you $1,000, $500, $700, $800. I'm not impressed with it. DMR is I just recommend DMR. So I still like my radio, but I have to do it again. Well, I like it because it has 6 meters. But the ICOM IC7300 has 6 meters also. But you know what? This is what happens. You learn from it. So if I had to do it again, I would have just bought the ICOM IC7300. Forget about the VHF, UHF, and the Yaesu. I have plenty of radios I can do that with, including this one. VHF, UHF radio. I have one right here. I have several, including the handhelds. But, you learn from it and you move on. So, this is called Simon's World Map. So you can download this. It's free. You can download it. Just Google Simon's World Map, and it's a download. I have the icon right there. It's for Windows. You download it, you open it up, and then you configure it. You can configure it up there. See, you can configure it the way you want it to look. Up there, My QTH is right there, Yonkers. Got the local time, right? And that's the UTC time, always displayed here. I have it set up like that. And also the conditions are right there. See? K index 4. I have everything right here in front of me. This is free. So I can have this running in the background also. Simon's World Map. Okay? Or you can Google it. Simon's World Map. I'll do a Google search. I'll do it on my phone and then I'll show you. Simon's World. And this is called World Map. Yeah. So, SDR Radio, SDR-radio.com has the, wait, it's right here. I'll show you. Nah, that's the one. That's who makes it. It's the same people that make SDR console. So they make this. Oh, you found it? Okay, good. Yeah. So it's free. And you can customize it like I showed you last time. You could put different, there's a whole bunch of different settings on it. You could put, I'm going to have to sit down when I'm doing this. Let me sit over here and do this. I'll show you. So you have all types of map. You could do like population. You could do like night lights. So you could do like night lights. Like, you know, lights. That looks kind of cool. You could do a whole bunch of different things. Put it right there. Right. Yeah, right there. You could do night lights. You could do, you know, blue marble. You know, it's customizable. You could do, you know, do a bunch of things on this. Explorer. Nice Explorer. Okay. Of course, you can also do it with the gray line, and you could do it. You could check off some of the stuff. Sunrise, sunset, the time. See, that displays the time. Sunrise, sunset time. You could. Yeah, I have the prefixes because that way I know that when I see the call sign, what country is from. Of course, I'm still learning all this stuff. Yeah, the aurora. You could do stuff like that. Sublunar, subsolar, maidenhead, all this stuff here. CQ zone, ITU zone. You can have all that checked off. I got time zone. Gray line, if you want it. If you don't want the gray line, you have the shadow. Okay. You got shadow. The sun. So you got the night. I like the gray line. I always like to see the gray line. You know, things like that. All right. You got the map. I'll leave that one for now. High resolution map 1. Of course, now I need to center it. So you can do that. Home. House tiny. Set longitude and latitude. QTH. Yeah, I need to get a wireless mouse too again. I'm done with this corded shit. What else? Yeah, great circle. You have that. You can do that if you want to do that. Standard. You do quite a few things. You have the clock setting here. Okay, I know what that is. That's a rotator. I don't know what that is. Space weather. You got space weather stuff here. Stations. Tools. I can check for updates. Let me see if there's an update on it. Update, let's see. Anyway, I'm not going to update it now. Forget it. Anyway. I'm going to update it now. Let's see what else. Screensaver. You got a screensaver. So there's a home screen and layout. You can blow this up full screen. This is not full screen. Full screen because you see that top bar? All of it, full screen. I can go full screen on this if I want to. So this is not even full screen. Anyway, so let me go back to home. I believe full screen is, if I remember, there is a full, and it just hides this. It hides this top. It hides this top bar, full screen, excuse me. Which one is it? Is it full screen? Let me see. All right, yeah. And that's full screen. See, full screen. But it leaves this black bar underneath. So I don't really care about the full screen. I think you hit escape. There you go, escape. Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Anyway. Yeah, escape. Escape key. Full screen. Actually, non-full screen covers more than full screen because of my screen resolution. So I don't need to go full screen for this. Yes, it's pretty cool. I like it. I mean, it's free. It's free. So you can't be free. Right? Can't beat that. And there's a couple of plugins, I think. Or whatever. I haven't tried them. I don't really. Not many, but there's a couple of settings. I don't know they're plugins. They're just different settings. But don't really need them. Okay, again with this mouse. So there you go. Pretty good. Yeah, it is nice for a big screen. I don't need to be full screen. It covers it. It covers it. Anyway, I'll be right back. I'm going to put the radio on for a minute. And it's 7 o'clock already, so no sense in trying to FM DX now. In not the best conditions anyway. So I'm going to put the problem is they're playing music on ABC now. They're playing WABC is playing music right now. So let me put on 10-10 wins. I'm going to go check out my son. See how they do it upstairs before I see what else I want to do.
Relatively dry conditions here for a good chunk of tomorrow with early sun giving way to clouds. But if you have any outdoor plans, keep an eye on the sky, especially later in the day as showers begin to sneak back into the tri-state. Better chance for rain, though, returns heading into tomorrow night. Bud, back to you.
Protests today at Federal Plaza in Lower Manhattan over ICE detainments. Police say at least 5 people were taken into custody and issued summonses. The protest developed after...
Yeah, so once I get that desk, that will finalize everything here.
By ICE agents after his
so I got to start cleaning out some stuff here.
People are here today.
Of course, I'm also doing the kitchen remodeling. So I'm doing that too.
Their hearings are going to check us.
Yeah, let me go check out him. I heard him upstairs.
The Department of Homeland Security says Joaquin Rosario...
He did a lot of walking yesterday, and so we walked a lot yesterday.
DHS says
a lot of blocks.
They also claim he punched an officer.
So
a bus operator was stabbed.
My ankle swelled up.
Not an MTA bus driver. Police say a 26-year-old.
My left ankle swelled up last night.
An argument with 2 males at 17 State Street in Lower Manhattan just before 11:30. Police say it got physical, and the bus operator was stabbed. He's hospitalized in stable condition. Police say the dispute was about vending. No arrests as of yet. The annual Puerto Rican Day Parade is tomorrow. Today, the 40th anniversary of the 116th Street Festival in East Harlem.
It's the party before the parade, so here's how folks are feeling.
Love, pride, I love Puerto Rico and representing the colors.
The best. Proud. It's just proud. It's our world.
Represent our people, our heritage.
There's a lot going on here. We have good people, culture, music, and as always, food. Now, if you want to taste of Puerto Rico, this is the place to be. Jessica says expect pernil, alcapurria, fried chicken, tostones, empanadas, shish kebabs, corn. Is your mouth watering yet?
I believe every culture has its unique things, but I feel like we bring the flavor into this world.
As she works on this note,
I feel like Hispanics rule the world.
Amanda Alexander, 10-10 wins on 92.3 FM in Spanish Harlem.
A rally in St. Albans, Queens today to oppose the building of a lithium-ion battery storage facility. Residents say 4 battery farms are planned for southeast Queens. William Scarborough is president of a local civic organization.
We do not believe that it is safe to build a lithium-ion battery farm on a property that used to be a gas station with gas tanks left in the ground for decades and next door to a welding shop. We think that that is a threat to our homes.
The company 9DOT is proposing the lithium-ion battery storage facility. It says it has dozens of similar projects in the works across our area and that it is safe to live next to or near one of the sites. Gun violence yesterday in the Weeksville section of Brooklyn. Police are searching for a suspect who's accused of shooting a man in broad daylight around 4:15 in the afternoon. Police say the suspect approached the victim as the victim was exiting an apartment building on 1517 Park Place. Suspect allegedly pulled out a gun and shot the victim several times. The victim was reported in stable condition. The suspect fled on foot. Gilmar Abrego Garcia is back in the United States. He is the man whose deportation to and imprisonment in El Salvador was called an administrative mistake by the Trump administration. The administration maintained for months that it had no power to bring Garcia back, but this week he was brought back and now faces new charges of allegedly transporting undocumented migrants.
In a new detention memo, the federal government alleges that a traffic stop in Tennessee in 2022 revealed that Abrego Garcia was lying about working at a construction job in St. Louis. The government says it is evidence showing Abrego Garcia transported about 50 undocumented immigrants per month for several years.
You should have never had to be returned. You take a look at what's happening with him. You take a look at what they found in the grand jury and everywhere else.
Dave Packard, ABC News, New York. Garcia was in Tennessee yesterday, appearing before a judge. His attorneys call the latest allegations preposterous. An ICE raid in Southern California has led to clashes between federal agents and protesters. Federal authorities conducted immigration raids and detained more than 40 people outside a federal building in Los Angeles yesterday. 3 lawmakers said they were denied entry to the facility where the migrants were being detained, including California Congresswoman Norma Torres.
All of this that you are doing it to provide political theater to the President of the United States. This political theater must stop because it is putting our communities and our law enforcement officers at risk.
During yesterday's operation, heavily armed agents clashed with protesters who demanded they release the detainees. French President Macron will be on the road next weekend, heading to Greenland. The visit is seen as a sign of support for Greenland from the European Union after the Trump administration's interest in taking over Greenland. The announcement came from the office of Greenland's new Prime Minister, Jens Frederik Nielsen. In April, Nielsen said Greenland will never be a piece of property, his words, that anyone can buy. The body of another hostage held in Gaza has been returned to Israel.
Israeli special forces retrieved the body of a Thai hostage who was kidnapped from a kibbutz where he worked in agriculture on October 7th, 2023. The army says he was abducted alive by Palestinian gunmen and killed in captivity. 55 hostages remain in Gaza, of whom about 20 are believed to be alive.
Correspondent Robert Berger. Meanwhile, Israel continues to press its latest attack on Gaza. The Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry says at least 95 people in Gaza have been killed in the past 24 hours.
This is John D'Agostino, from D'Agostino & Associates, the injury firm. Accident victims, I understand how an accident can turn your world upside down. You're in pain. You need medical care. You can't work. You're struggling to pay your bills. And you don't have a clue what your rights are. So what do? Call the first law firm that pops up on the internet? Look for the best website? Or say, hey, find me a lawyer? The options are endless. The answers are simple. Ask around, read reviews, and go with your gut. Great law firms build great reputations. I built D'Agostino & Associates one client at a time by doing the right thing for accident victims just like you. Our clients know my team cares, and we're going to fight to get you every dollar you deserve. So call me today at 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. We have offices throughout New York, New Jersey, and we'll come to you. I've been there, and I'll be there for you. D'Agostino Law, fight back.
All right, there you go.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud. So you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to Legacy.
Couple of them left over, then I have some line.
50% off. That's Legacy.
Now I'm gonna crack it over at 7 o'clock.
Value for 50% off.
Let me sit here for a minute.
Quiz News Time, 7-11.
Yeah, he enjoyed the train ride.
Well, right now I'm taking a look at the Hutchinson River Parkway southbound.
Yeah, we took the commuter train from Yonkers to Grand Central Station. Is the Hudson Line Metro North. $9 for me, $9 for my wife. For him, it was $1. $1. So, you buy the ticket at the rail ticket at the station, the kiosk, and then you board the train. But it took about 30 minutes, all the way to the city. That's the way to go. It's a little more expensive than the subway, but you got a nice seat, nice air conditioning. I actually made a video on it. I got to edit it, but I didn't start recording until I got to, I think it was the four stations in. Then I started recording out the window, near the window. So that one is going to go on Danny Rail Fan in the next few days to a week. I need to edit that. Nanny Real Fan channel. That's my Real Fan channel. So I'm gonna record that. The ride into Grand Central from, I think it was University Heights rail station. So it's about a 30-minute video of the train ride, 25 minutes. Yeah. Let me put up my top of my head. Top of my head. So. Yeah, I know those people. A lot of them are posers. Yeah, a lot of Instagram pictures and all that posting stuff. That's what they do. That they just stand there and pose. I got to man. I got to turn on the fan again. It's humid. I had to turn on the humidifier. This. It's humid. Actually, you know, I'm gonna put the camera this way and lower it down, and you can see my background like that. No, turn off this light. Let me turn off this light. Yeah, I'll do that for now. You guys already seen the map. Let me move this out the way so I can read the chat. Yeah, I forgot to bring them. So I was like squinting. Plus, not that many people. Because plus, I had the phone in my face with the selfie stick. Oh, I almost dropped it. I almost dropped my radio in my. But I can't see the chat right now unless I take this out the way. Now I can see the chat. Let me just put it right here for now. Because I'm not gonna FMDX now. It's already past. It's past 7 o'clock already. So I'm done with that radio. I'm done with that portion of that. I'll just talk for a while and then I'm gonna milk the time here for the viewing hours. So yeah, freaking glasses, man. They like mark me right here. I got a fat head now. I got a freaking cantaloupe head now. And hello, N2COD, my friend. Watch a replay on your Times Square video. Very nice, interesting. Okay. Okay, let me lower that down. That's just 1010 winds in the background on my Sony stereo there. So yeah, very nice, interesting to see all those. Yeah, but Times Square now is different. It's changed a lot. You know, a long time ago, Times Square was very seedy. You know, there was a few things. Originally, of course, part of Times Square is seedy. That means they had a lot of, you know, adult entertainment stuff, which I never bothered with that because, of course, I was a kid. And then there's other parts of Times Square where, you know, they had, where I used to go to was the arcade games. Let me go with this fan. They had like 24-hour arcade. They had one called Fascination. They had another one called Playland or something like that. Playland. 24-hour is a big 24-hour. A lot of video games. Yeah, I know. Like squeezing my head. So, and I'm having a biting moment now. Oh my god. Yeah. So, and then there was there was other movie theaters there. So my oldest brother, they had one theater that they would play a lot of kung fu movies. You know, old kung fu movies, and like for like I think it was like $3. You watch like the whole day. I think it was like $3. It could have been less. Yeah, it's changed a lot. So like for $3, it's like a triple header. You can watch 3 movies, kung fu movies. You know, we're talking about late 70s, early 80s, or early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. You can watch like kung fu movies all day. You're there the whole day. You watch the first movies at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You're there till 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, like 6 or 7 o'clock. You watch 3 movies for like $3. You stay the whole day there watching kung fu movies, early Jackie Chan. With the messed up trend. Remember that Police Academy. I shall take revenge on your family. Remember they had the delayed translation. It didn't sink in with the dialogue. I'm gonna seek revenge on your family. Remember those horrible movies? But for a 12-year-old that's on a budget and wanted to get away from the house, he watched those movies all day. We used to watch those movies all day. And then from there, so like with $20, $20 bill, you work hard bagging groceries and all that. $20 used to go a long way. You watch 3 movies, then have a burger with fries and a soda. Yeah, like Police Academy, Michael Whistler. Yeah, he used to do that. Yeah. Damn you! Have you killed my family? And then you watch 3 movies. You have popcorn in there. Plus we used to sneak stuff. And then burger or hot dog, even a pretzel. A pretzel from one of those food carts. And then we would play arcade games for the next couple of hours. We would play some arcade games, quarters and all that. Especially if you were good at it, like I was. I'd be there a couple of quarters. I could finish a particular game, so I would be there like leveling up on that game. And then by 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, we're done. We're going home. You spend the whole day there. Get on the 4 train. Actually, we had to get on the shuttle train first because Times Square is on the west side, kind of on the west side of Manhattan. Well, technically. I mean, I'm talking about the subway line. So we would take the shuttle to Lexington, whatever, and then we would get on the 4 train and come home to the Bronx. Because that was my station, Burnside Avenue, on the 4 train. So I would just, we would get on the 4 train, go home. And we had a whole day. That was like a whole Saturday. Of course, we're talking about on the weekend when, we didn't have school. Not on a school day. I'm talking about on a Saturday. And we would spend the whole Saturday over there. My mom, told my mom, oh, no, vamos para ver película. We're going to watch movies. We didn't tell her we were going to 42nd. They didn't tell my mom they were going to 42nd. And I would go with my brothers. And then when I got older, a couple of years older than that, I started going with my friends. We just take the subway. When I was 13, I was taking the subway by myself like crazy. I'm talking about like once I turned like 13, I was taking the subway by myself. All over the place. Cheers. Sorry about that. Nice and cold now. Cheers. Salud. Yeah, and those are the good old days, I'm not gonna lie to you. Though, a couple of times there was a couple of creepos trying to lure me. You know, I was a young boy. I would see them like following me in the arcade place. And a couple of times that one guy was like following me. I noticed I was like, okay, this guy's, and I had the sense because my mother would tell me and yeah, like, don't get into cars with strangers. Don't get into cars with strangers and all that. So I remember the one time I was as a matter of fact after a couple of times. Yeah, cheers. Sorry about that. Cheers. Salud. Cheers. Again, cheers. So, you had your creepers out there. This is like, early 80s. I was like, I was probably already like 14. And, I'm not gonna lie to you. There was always a creepy people trying to, oh, you're a cute boy. Get the hell out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone. Fucking creep. you know, like that. They were creepers. One time I remember the guy was really following me. I was probably like 12. I was coming home from I was coming from 40 Road to my house. I could sense the guy was following me. Every time I turned around, he was like looking at me. 2 blocks later, he's right there looking at me. So I would like go under subway, and I would go to the other platform, and I would go, and I had to fucking lose the guy because you don't know. Fucking guys are, you hear horror stories, and this is around the time that Aton Pace. That's a famous case about that 10-year. He was 10 years old, I believe, or 9 years old. He was the first kid to be in a milk carton. Was Aton Pace. So Aton Pace. So I remember that case, and every parent's nightmare was your child disappearing. So my mother would tell me, "Don't get in the car with strangers. I don't care if they whip out a $20 bill. They just gonna kidnap you, and they're gonna fucking do this." And she told me like that. She told me. She told me all they're gonna do is whatever. And I never got lured into that. How many times I got hit on by strangers when I was a kid? Even the public library. I remember as a kid, I used to go to the public library. It's true story. I don't make shit up here. Okay, true story. I got hit by I got hit by I got flirted by teachers when I was in junior high school. Teachers. Okay, I mean literally they were like asking me personal shit. And there was one librarian I remember. I used to go to the library, because I used to go there all the time. And you know, and you could tell it was a uh trans. It was a trans librarian. It wasn't a woman. I could tell it wasn't a woman. African American. It wasn't a woman. Nice to me. Oh, Danny. Ooh, what book do you want now? She would like literally walk me to the aisle. You want this book? Anything you need? I'm right here for you. Always. Oh my God. Really, you could tell that she trying to hit on me, asking me personal shit and everything. And I was like, okay, the creeper, the what do you call the radar, the bells and whistles went off. Okay, this person is trying to, trying to score points, trying to seduce me or something. And then of course I had a neighbor here. He was another one. That's a whole nother story. I'm not gonna get into it because it's too personal, and I ain't ready to talk about it on YouTube. But you know, and I remember my brother. My brother he used to hang out with you know, true story. And he was a nice guy. He was a nice guy. I'm gonna talk about this. You know what? It's gonna be like, wow, what? Yeah. Uh, there was an Ecuadorian guy. His name was Angel. His name was Angel. Angel. I was in at that time. I was a freshman in high school. I had just started high school. I was like 13. 13. Yeah, I was around 13. And I was going to art school. I was going to art and design high school because I was a good artist. So he was studying. He's a good artist too. He was studying architecture. He was already in college. He was studying architecture. I think he was going to Columbia University. He was going to Columbia. Ecuadorian, parents saved up money for him, whatever. But he's gay. He's gay. My older brother used to hang out with him. They used to go out to clubs and all that. Because the guy, my brothers, how they. I'm gonna say, my brothers were hanging out with him because he was a chick magnet. He's the gay. He's the gay guy. And he's a handsome. I ain't gonna say. The guy was a handsome guy, very handsome man. So my brothers used to hang out with him, and plus he liked to spend money on them. He used to spend money on my brothers because he thought he had a shot at them. And then he met me, and he was like, "Oh, can I take you to the museum?" Oh, here we go. I'm not stereotyping people. Chill out. I ain't stereotyping, but this one. And one time I remember, because we used to all sleep, and we didn't have our own rooms yet. So I was sleeping on bunk bed. My brother was, or while they were doing the basement in the Bronx. It was an open bedroom, kind of. And one day I woke up, he's sitting right there staring at me. I'm like, what are you doing here? I guess he was watching me sleep. I'm like, what the fuck? So that's when I finally say, okay, he really, he's obsessing now. And, he wanted to take me out to a museum and all that. And I would tell him, after a while, I was like, my other friend was like, yeah, you know what? Use them. My other friend was like, yo, use them. You know what? You know what? Because, he's Ecuadorian to my other friend. And tell him to take us to Pearl Paint and buy some art supplies. So that's what we did. Yeah, right. Lucky I woke up on time. So, he would take it. So he would take me to the museum. But I would be like, you got to take my friend too. Because I'm not going by myself with you. So I kind of, I don't want to say I lured him on. I should say that. Because I never gave him an indication I was interested in. But I told him, I'll go to the museum. I was 13 years old. I was like, I'll go to the museum. I never been to art museum. Well, except on a school trip. I think I went to the Guggenheim. So he took me to a couple other art museums. So my friend would come along and he was like, my friend was bad. He was bad. So he really like, you're not going to buy his food? You're not going to buy something to eat? He was like, I'm looking at him like, don't do that to him. And he would treat us and whatever. It was nice, and all that. It was nice, afterwards. And then one day, because he used to hang out with my brother used to hang out with him a lot. A lot. He used to hang out with him. And then I know a couple of times he would be like, I think he saw me one time talking to a girl. He was like, why are you talking to that girl? That girl is a skank. And I'm like, why you care? Like, what the hell? Like, but that girl look like a skank. That's not for you. Anyway, I didn't know, but I should have known because my brothers was doing it. They were doing, I'm not gonna say the word because I don't want to get, whatever. So one time, my brother Eric went to his apartment. I guess they were gonna go hang out that night, whatever. Because they used to always hang out on Saturdays. They used to go to discos and all that. Clubs. We're talking about the very early '80s. like 81, 1982, maybe. This is the beginning of the club stuff. Disco is dead. Disco is kind of officially dead. And now we're talking about house music, club, that type of thing, you know. Freestyle. So when my brother he went into the apartment. Yeah, skiing in the summer. There you go. And my brother found him in the apartment. He was dead. He found him dead. He walked into the apartment. The apartment was unlocked. And apparently he got stabbed, I think it was 17 times. And Angel had got murdered. He was tied up and he was stabbed 17 times. 17 times. And my brother, he found them. So my brother became suspect. My brother Eric was a suspect in his murder for months. I mean, then he never got formally indicted, but they kept questioning him over and over. They kept questioning him. I mean, he was stressed out. Even my mother went off on the police, on the detective, and yeah, but they never found the guy that did it. It was unsolved murder. Now, supposedly, the rumor was that Angel was bringing in drugs from Colombia. That's why he always had money. And he always had, the stuff. My brother used to, because my brothers were broke. My brothers were broke. But he used to always hook them up with clothes and stuff. Especially my brother Anthony. He really had a crush on my brother Anthony. He had a crush on my brother Anthony. And he really hit on him. And Anthony, I guess, would play him. So Anthony probably juiced him out of thousands of dollars. Oh yeah, you can hang out with me, and and they went out to clubs. He spent a lot of money. So the rumor is that he, was dealing. He got high in his own supply. He owed people a lot of money, and they went to collect. He didn't pay, and because the man had a beautiful apartment. He had a nice apartment, right? He had an apartment not far from where we live. Those condos, co-op, beautiful apartment, nice furnish, latest stereo equipment. I mean, top of the line stereo equipment. This man had, acoustic research, everything. We're talking about, $2,000 speakers, all that stuff. He had his apartment. The man had money, and he was going to Colombia. So obviously, somebody was bankrolling his tuition. So my brother was a suspect for a long time, months, and finally, it became unsolved. Nobody found out who did it, but they were suspected that it was a hit. It was a hit. The guy, owed people money, and somebody said, "You're gone," and that's the end of him. But it was sad because he was a nice guy, but when he had that money, he probably was associated with some real bad people, some Colombians. And you remember back then, that's at the height of the Medellin cartel, Colombia. So they were saying this, and no, this guy, and he travels back and forth all the time. This guy travels a lot, so he's always traveled to Colombia and Ecuador, those countries, Bolivia. So all those countries, where they grow there. So he was bringing stuff on the plane. He was probably a mule or whatever. And I'm gonna say, yeah, he was he probably has some in the cavity in his body. He probably has some inside. This is before all this X-ray dogs and all that. He probably was smuggling through his wazoo. I'm sure he brought something to the wazoo. But the guy had, I seen this. He had a party once. We went to his apartment. Me and my friend Nick, my brothers were there already. They had a party. He said, "Oh, come by and check us out." And we went to the party, and everybody was drinking and all that. And they tried to give me a drink. I said, "No, I ain't drinking nothing from here because I don't want to wake up in somebody's, I don't want to wake up in somebody's bed." So I didn't drink that stuff. I said, "Nope." Even though I was 13, 14 years old, I was like, "Nah, I ain't drinking none of this stuff. 'Cause I don't know what the hell you put in this. I don't know what the hell you putting in here. I ain't taking that chance." And yeah, somebody came in 17 times. And they made sure that the man was, unalive. I'm not gonna say the other because I want you to ban it, whatever stream. And it was sad because like I said, he was a nice guy, but I knew his intentions was, he was just so you could what, you could call him a pedophile. He was a pedophile. He was a pedophile. He would have had his way with me. He would have been a pedophile. And I don't know who else he might have done that. Who knows who else he's doing that to? So he never got he never got anything with me, but I'm sure he did that to somebody else. So if he hit on me, he hit on many young boys. I'll leave it at that. So it's crazy, and that's why I grew up fast. I grew up fast because I was surrounded by my brother and all that, and brothers that, and they all no, this guy is this one is that. Don't that's it. Thank God I never well I don't want to say never, but I'll talk about that another day, another time. Not today. I'm not gonna talk about real personal stuff, and that's my fear with my son. And I tell him all the time. If something's on your mind, anybody messing with you, anybody saying something to you, and you're not comfortable, you need to tell me. That's it. And then we'll deal with it. See, me, I didn't have that luxury. My mother was very rigid. My mother was very rigid. My mother would just say shit like, who the hell told you to go to that house anyway? She was very unemotional. You know, my brother, my brother never came out because of her. He never came out. I knew he was gay, but my brother Harry, he's gay. But he never came out to her because he was afraid. He was afraid. He was afraid. And I was the first one to notice that I know you. I knew he was gay because I saw the signs. I found some magazines back in the days, that was his. So I knew. And then kind of cemented it when he went to San Francisco, and then I went out there and I saw him at a particular establishment while I was on the bus. And I knew. I said, okay, yeah, I know he is. And then I told him, I said, listen, you know you are. And I told him, I said, listen, I don't care. I love you. You're my brother no matter what. I give him a hug. I said, I don't care about all that shit. But he I had a couple of people in my family, my older brother, not these guys, but you know, the ones that live in the Bronx, and my sister, they're Neanderthals. They're Neanderthals. And my mother was in that. My mother was also Neanderthal. You know, she just didn't believe in that shit. She didn't care for it. She didn't want to hear it. So he was afraid that she was gonna disown him. And I told him, I said, and when she died, I told him, I said, did you ever tell her while she was in the before she died? He said no. I said you should have told her. I told her my personal shit. I told her shit that happened to me, and she would look at me like, well, nobody told you to go here. Nobody told you. I was like, okay, well, anyway, not that I wanted a reaction out of you, but I'm telling you because I'm at peace with myself. I made that peace already, you know. But he didn't do that, you know. So, and I, you know, because I had when she was really last days, I knew she was gonna die. I knew months before she was gonna die. She really, you know, she was in a hospice, and I told my brother, I said, listen, you need to tell her this stuff because you know what? It's otherwise gonna consume you. You're never gonna be happy with yourself. You're never gonna be, you know, whatever. And to this day, I hate to say, he's kind of miserable and lonely and all that. It's sad. And I told him you shouldn't care what people think. You know, I don't care what people think about me. That's their problem, not my problem. People don't like my smile. People don't like the way I look. Hey, that's not my problem. That's their problem. People don't like my accent. That's their problem, not mine. You know, sexual orientation. You know, that's their problem, not mine. You know, if I were, but I'm not. But if I was, I wouldn't care. You know, I wouldn't have a problem being out. I'm gonna have a problem with that if I was, but I'm not. And I told him, I said, you know, you can't go life worrying about what other people think of you. It will drive you crazy. You can't do that. No one should go through that. And then, you know, when my mother passed away, and I asked him, did you ever tell her? No. I said, well, here you go. Now you're gonna live with it. Now you're gonna live there. You never, you know, you know. So I didn't have a problem with that. I told him I was the one that kept telling him, you need to open up and you know to talk to her. He didn't do that. I had to on the fan. It's so humid. Hello, CDM 1250 UHF1. Hello from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Yeah, let me read some of the comments here. Let me read up. Let me start reading up here. Sorry, I'm gonna read a little bit. Let me get my mouse pointer's up there instead of being here. Okay, let me go here. Yeah, Times Square really changed. It really changed. Now it's a tourist trap. Now it's nothing. Now it's catered toward tourism. You see a lot of people down there that are out of towners, tourists. They just want to take pictures at this place. And I was just sitting there watching people posing for Instagram. Later on down there, I saw a whole group dancing. You know, they were like dancing together, a whole group. You could tell that's all for TikTok. So that's what you see now is tourism and TikTokers, Instagrammers in Times Square. That's it. That's all you see now. Yeah. James Foley, I was told to keep your wallet in the front pocket like you're crazy and look like you know where you're going and you'll be fine the subway. Yeah, well, we didn't take the subway. We took the commuter train. So it's a big difference. When you take the commuter train, that's a different terminal, and they have their own platforms for the commuter train. So when you go to Grand Central, if you're going to take the subway, that's lower level. That's underground level. But if you're going to take the commuter train, there's one for Metro North and one for the Long Island Railroad. And then they have track numbers for each one. But in there is, they have their own police. It's MTA police. They're more proactive. On Metro North, every car has cameras. So when I took the train home from Metro North, we were safe. There was two officers. There were two officers on the train, on the same car I was in. There were two officers from the MTA, two MTA policemen, and the security cameras. So I was safe. I was very safe. So I didn't work, but now on the subway, that's a whole different thing. But we took the commuter train. It's a commuter rail. Because we're coming from Yonkers, so we're out of town. We're in the suburbs. And that particular the Hudson line that goes all the way up to Poughkeepsie. That same line goes all. You can take the train all the way to Poughkeepsie. That's the last stop. It's Poughkeepsie. From Grand Central to Poughkeepsie. That's the Hudson line. So, and then when we got off at the Hudson, when we got off at Yonkers, we just took an Uber. Like 10 minutes. We took an Uber because we didn't want to walk all that. It was we were tired. So we just took an Uber. And that's it. I was home. We got home at midnight. Right before midnight, we got home. Actually, no. No, not midnight. Quarter after midnight, we got home. We walked into the door. Yeah. Yeah, Chicago, lots of people selling things out of their coats like chains and rings. Yeah, we have that stuff here too. They have all that stuff there. RT08, I got panhandled for money last year at the Denver airport at the gate waiting for my flight. Wow, that's ridiculous. Right at the gate? Jesus Christ. I saw the guy bothering other people until he came to me. He wasn't even in my flight. I reported him to. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He reported him to the Southwest gate agent, and she told me that he was being talked to. Yeah, that's in the airport. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Somebody should have. That's just crazy. At the airport, man. Oh my God. And to see, you're lucky that you woke up on time. Yeah. Oh my God, who knows? Yeah. Oh my God. No, no, it was somebody else asking me. I think it was a woman that was dressed up like Minnie Mouse. I'm like, why would I want to take a picture with you? If I were gonna take a picture with anybody, it would have been the gorilla. Because he looked like the funniest. Probably the gorilla. Because he looked like crazy. He was big. The gorilla guy. Oh, you're Mario. Because I like Mario. I would have took a picture with Mario. But not Minnie Mouse. And her costume was stupid. You could see her face. Like she didn't even have like a. So she was like tapping me, like, you want a picture? I said, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. I kept going, like, I'm okay. Like, you don't know that I'm doing a live stream. I'm talking on the phone with the thing, and she's actually trying to. You want a picture? You want a picture? I said, get out of here. I was about to go off. You want a picture? You want a picture? And yeah, I think she was Mexican. I think I could see that. I said, I heard that. I said, yeah, she's probably Mexican. I don't know. She was like, you want a picture? I said, no, I don't want a picture. I want a picture with you. I don't want a picture with you. Get out of here. You know, the gorilla guy was funny. He's big. And he's just going. He looked funny. Oh my God, it was funny. Yeah. Never been asked for money on the air side. I know that's crazy. That's insane. James finally sounded like Carlitos, but yeah, I'm telling this guy, he was involved with something, and you know, I caught up to him. Yeah, so the gorilla guy didn't ask me for it. Was you barely saw the picture. I was walking, and you see like a Minnie Mouse woman. She had like a little skirt, Minnie Mouse, whatever. And as soon as I passed by her, she comes from the side and literally tried to touch me. You want a picture? And I said, no, I'm good. I want like this. I want like this. I want like this. I'm holding it. No, I'm good. And then she does it again. And then I went, I'm good. Then she stopped. Because I was walking away already. Yikes. Pain. Yeah, Chicago, we don't have people in concert. Oh, no, over in Times Square. And there was a lot more than that. There was a lot more. But one day I'll you know, I can't do it now because I have to be, you know, my son is still. But at some point, I'm going to start doing some walkthroughs, videos, and I'll probably do it with the Danny show. I don't know yet. So I like watching that stuff, actually, the walkthrough videos. So I was thinking about doing that on my Danny show. Like go all over the city, even here in Yonkers, although Yonkers is a lot more quieter. And, you know, walk around, stuff like that. But me personally, I don't like to be around crowds anyway. So the fact that I'm going to be walking into the crowd, it kind of triggers my OCD. You know, normally you don't want to be around crowds. And me, I'm going to try to walk into crowds just to get good footage. So I don't know if I want to. Look at that. Yeah, see, some people seem to like those videos. Those videos do pretty well. My short video on the CB on the antenna. See the mag mount? That's the one I had bought from Walmart years ago. That's the one that I was talking about in Walmart. That short video, is doing pretty good so far. People like those videos. I uploaded the same video on TikTok, and I got a few people liking it. People like those videos more. The store videos. But unfortunately, last time I went to Walmart, there was only one where there was only no more weather radios. Last time I went, there were none. No Midland weather radios. Or the G Storm. They were gone. They only had a whole bunch of they had a bunch of those little boom boxes with the CD player from the Walmart brand, ONN. They have one with the disco lights, a little radio, but all the other radios are gone. Last time I went there. I appreciate that, James. Yeah, I see some people like those videos. The Walmart videos. I'm going to keep making them. But the last time I went, it was not interesting. And last time I went, it was the same radios. The GMRS, it were the same ones. There was nothing new. So that's why I'm going to make another video. It was like about 3 weeks ago. And it was 3 weeks ago last time we went to Walmart. And they didn't have nothing interesting, so I didn't make a video of it. I didn't bother. Because it wasn't interesting. But I'm always on the lookout for stuff like that. RT08, my video of my old iPod did for fun. Yeah. Sometimes you think that a video like that is not gonna get views, and it just keeps getting views. Gets views still, yeah. That's why I don't. That's why anybody, I give advice to anybody that's starting a channel. Don't expect every video that you post that you think is gonna get views, gonna get views. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised that videos that you don't expect to get views get views. And then the videos that you put in the work, you put in the editing, sometimes they don't do well for whatever reason. You know, that's why with the live stream, I let it roll. I don't have fancy, some people do live stream with the fancy live stream in the background, the subscriber count and all that. And they have all these fancy graphics. I don't do all that. And I see some of those live streams and they got like 20 people watching. You know what? For another few people watching, I'm gonna go through all that. No. It's not worth it. And I done live stream where, I don't know how this one is gonna do today, but this one probably went over 100, 200. It's probably over 100 already in terms of views. If I get anything over 200, that's a good live stream. If I get 300, that's a very good live stream by the end of the week. And then it dies down. Anthony Cumia live streams do better than regular live stream that I'm talking to you guys. I have one Anthony Cumia that had over 400 something views already. And so that's what I'm saying. When you do YouTube videos, don't think about, that stuff. Don't expect every video that you make, even if you improve on the video, don't expect that video to outperform it. It doesn't work that way. There's so many different factors. Some people say you should upload your video at this time of the day. I don't do all that. When it's ready, I upload it. That's it. Yeah, well, a lot of songs get flagged for copyright notice. I'm sure this stream, any little music you heard earlier, is one of them or multiple of them are gonna get hit with a copyright notice. And this whole video is not gonna be monetized. The only thing that's gonna be monetized in this video right now is the super chat. Whatever I get in super chat, that always gets monetized. That's mine. But the ads, if I get a copyright notice, that's their money. But they can have that. I don't care. What I keep is the views and the watch hours. That's what keeps me monetized. Now, if I want to fight the copyright notice, what I can do is I can mute the music. So any little clip of music, I can tell YouTube, mute this one, and that's it. And then I'll get monetized again for this video, But sometimes I don't fight it. Sometimes I fight it. It takes about another 24 hours. They have to reprocess the video and mute that song that was disputed. They just mute it for me. Or I can cut it out. Sometimes I fight it. Sometimes I don't fight it. I don't care. But since I got a super chat today, I'm happy with that. That's it. And thank you, RRT08, for the super chat. Thank you for that. Because that YouTube cannot take away from me. Even if this video is copyrighted, notice I get that super chat because I earned that one. That goes to me. They take 30% of that, but I guess I get the rest of it. So let me check out my something because I'm at 8 o'clock. I'm at 8 o'clock. Wow. 5 hours and 33 minutes in the books, baby. 5-hour show so far. Five-hour show. Let's see. Just want to see something. Can I go here? Can I go here? Can I go here? Just looking at something here. Oh, God. More action figures, yeah. Yeah, I plan to do a few of those. No, I don't have any right now. No, I'm just because I'm out for 5 hours, so and of course I was on before, So I'm gonna let it roll today. I don't care. I don't care if it says 9 hours. I'm gonna let it roll till I get kicked off. I'm gonna let it roll. I'm gonna gobble up hours today. So cheers. Maybe I'll do a band scan later. Shortwave band. I'll do some tuning of the bands, medium wave later. I don't know. Let's see. I'm still thinking about doing that 24-hour one. But I'm going to wait till I have my studio. Once I got my studio set up, then I'm going to look into I may do one for the retro gaming channel / this channel. I may have 2 live streams going on. I'll be on one side playing video games, and then you'll hear me talk over here, and then I'll come to this side. I'll do my radio stuff, and it'll be simulcast on that channel because I want to build up viewing hours on that channel. I know who to ask to borrow power cord. So I'm thinking about that because I want to get my viewing hours on the retro gaming channel, so I can try to get monetized there. That would be nice. I can get monetized there. That's why I want to finish my setup here. When I finish my setup here, then I'm going to do my retro gaming right here. I'm going to use that screen for the retro gaming. Well, no, it's not. No, they're not plugged in though. That was yeah. Well, these are a lot of USB cables. Some I just got them all here, but yeah, I have a lot of different power cords, all types. So see, I got my chair again. See the wheels? You don't hear it now, right? You don't hear it, right? You barely hear it, right? Because now these are like rollerblade wheels, not those cheap plastic. You know the original wheels that come with this chair. They were falling apart because of the concrete floor. And in fact, a couple of them came out of, they snapped out. These are rollerblade type wheels. So they're much better. So now I got my chair back. Oh, you have those on your luggage? Yeah. Yeah, they're rollerblade wheels. See-through rubber, very quiet. Oh my gosh, so much better. So, so you can buy replacement set for these chairs. It's 5 of them. So I pay like $24 and change for 5 of them, and replace them smooth. Yeah, they're smooth. So I'm going to do the one upstairs too. I'm going to replace that with the rollerblade wheels. $24. It makes your chair so much quieter. And they're actually better. They're much better than these stuff. The stock plastic ones, they're like double wheels for each one. Those are crap. And they're noisy as hell. These are so much quieter and they're better. This was my son's old chair. And I reupholstered it. Right here, I reupholstered it. And now I put new. So this chair's going to last me for a few years. And then my white one is on the second floor. The one you see on my live stream up there. So, but for down here, I'm using this one. Oh, let me get a refill. 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 Get a refill. It's right here. What am I doing this one? I had it right here already because it was frozen. And went out there, it was already right here. All right, here we go. Salud. Cheers. Of course, over here I still got the Grundig. Like I said, I need to clear all this out. I gotta put the AC on the window. I was gonna do it yesterday, but we had to go downtown. So there's a Grundig right here. But this one now, the LCD doesn't work anymore here. The frequency counter is dead. The Grundig. Get rid of this. Put the AC right there. Like that made it any better. This power cord, I had to keep it above ground because that's the spot that. The reason why I have it above ground right now because that's the spot where when we get a lot of rain, water comes from that corner and it puddles right here. But this is all gonna be gone. I already have the two that So this is just here because I gotta redo all this. But like I said, once I get the table, then I'll do all this. Because I'm gonna mount it over there with the what do you call that? You know what they use for the coax to mount it on the wall? They're like little, I don't forget what you call that. Anyway, some of them got the little nails. So it's gonna mount one here. Let's keep it right there and line it up. Well, I haven't gotten recently because we haven't had a lot of rain, but I'm talking about just in case. Worst case. See, you got to plan for the worst case scenario. Just because you haven't got it doesn't mean you're not going to get it. You always plan for the worst case scenario. So, no, this year's been good. Knock on wood, it's been good. But you have to plan. Everything you design here, everything you have to keep that in mind that it can happen again. So that's what I mean. So I cannot have nothing hitting. I cannot have none of the power things on the floor. Like this one, I got it on top of a paving stone. It's about. I'll show you. I gotta turn on the light. You see that one? You see the UPS? You see what's underneath it? That's a stone. And that stone is about 1.5 inches off the ground. So that keeps that. If I ever get water coming from there, I have time. You understand? You got to plan accordingly. This basement is not flood proof. There's going to be puddling here at whatever time. There's always going to be, you're always going to have some kind of, even if I seal up everything out there, you never know. You understand? You always have to plan accordingly. And you got to plan for the worst case scenario. And since I got that sump pump there, I have a sump pump right here. It's not connected right now. That's the emergency sump pump in case I start getting water here. That sump pump is for here. For emergency purposes only. If I had to crank down one. All right. Not when I just got to hook it up to the hose, throw it out the window, and that water. It happened here. You remember a few years ago. It was not last year. Yeah, last year. Last 2020 March 2024. That's when I had to use it. I had to pump out water from here because it was puddling right here for a couple of days. It kept coming in. It was a little bit. It was only a little bit. But it's enough that it can damage if you had anything there. So I had to run it for, I had to run it for 24 hours just to keep the water from really puddling in here, in this spot. But I'm fairly confident now that it's okay now. But you always got to plan accordingly. You have to. That's the way I think, my OCD, I ain't taking that chance. My electrical cords are going to be up high. They're not going to be on the floor. They're going to be up high on the wall. The thing is on a block. This one is going to be on another block or mounted on the wall. This other power is going to be mounted on that wall. I'm going to put a piece of wood. I'm going to mount it. I'm going to have everything off the ground in this area just in case it happens again. And I'm prepared now. That's why you do it. You don't be in the now, it didn't happen last year. It's not going to happen again. No, you can't think that way. You cannot think that way. Oh, it hasn't happened this year, so I'm safe. No. You cannot think that way. Not me. That's the benchmark now. That I have water in here. I have water here for a few times. But since I started doing live stream here, that was the worst. So now I'm prepared. I'm prepared now for that contingency. That's why you do it. Is it going to be pretty? Is it going to be little cords up there? No, I don't care. But it's my shack. If I leave if I leave those cords on the floor and water, God forbid, comes in here, and that water works its way through my electrical, it could do serious damage. You can't take that. I don't want to take that chance. So my cords here are not going to touch the floor. They're not going to touch the floor. I made that clear. That's it. You know. Even the computer is above. It's on a server thing, and it has wheels. So even the computer that's on the floor is about this high off the ground with the wheels. So nothing is touching the ground. That's critical. That's critical. And I got to take that chance. So I know people say, oh, basement. No. All basements are prone to any type of water intrusion. You know, even if it's a few, an inch of water, anything can happen in the basement. When you live in a basement, anything can happen. Anything can happen. So it's not, I haven't had a flood in years. You can't let your guard down. You know, I got to work on draining out there. I still got to, yeah, exactly. I got intrusion on the second floor now. The second floor room now, there's moisture on one wall from the roof. So now I got to fix that. Once water finds its way, it's going to keep finding until you fix that. And it'll find another way. It always finds the path of least resistance. Water will always find another path. Believe that. Yeah. My neighbor got his whole house. Yeah. Well, eventually I'm going to work on something. I have generator, and I plan to get another generator, but I want to have one that I can just hook it up to the power, to the main, and just switch it over. I need to do a setup like that. Switch it over to generator power. So that's an extra box that you have to put there. I can do that myself, but that's a project in the future. But that's another project. And then what you do is you hook up the generator. It's a 220 outlet. You hook it up, and that's it. And then you switch off the main one. When the power goes out, you still got to switch off the main one. And then you switch over the household circuit to generator. And that's it. And everything switches over. But I don't like doing that because I don't want to have unless everything's running with the generator. Common sense is when you're running generator power, only run the essential items only. That's it. Like, for example, you're not going to run an AC. I'm sorry. If you have AC in the room and the power goes down, guess what? You're going to have a fan. That's it. You can't run an AC. It's got to be common sense. The last time we had a power outage here, it lasted for almost 4 days. It was 3 days. 3 days. We did okay because I ran an extension to the second floor. They share that one. We had one going to the first floor, and I had another one going to the basement, and that's it. The only two things I had in the basement during the day, the chest freezer. That was it. I will alternate because I have 2 chest freezers in the basement. That's it. So the food didn't go bad. That was in the basement. In the first floor was the refrigerator during the day. All day during the day, but after midnight, I would shut off the generator. Because we all went to sleep. And the refrigerator stays cold for a few hours. Even if you open it a couple of times, it'll stay cold for a few hours before things starts. So you got to use common sense. That way, also, I let the generator cool off for a few hours overnight. I let it cool off. And those few hours, you candlelight. That's what I did. I did candlelight. With the candlelight, it was in the middle of the summer. Open the windows. It was a nice breeze. It was okay. We survived. We extended gasoline, and I had a generator. It was just a 3,500 watt generator. We lasted 3 days with it, and it was fine. We didn't skip a beat, but we planned it. During the daytime, I had cranking all day, but we only had refrigerator, a couple of fans, a couple of things. Wasn't a lot of stuff. Necessity, that type of thing. So even if I had a 10,000 watt generator plugged into the house, you got to be smart. You can't just have everything on at the same time. You're gonna go through gas like nobody's business. So that would have happened in me. That would have happened with me. So I would say, no. This room, like the bathroom, no electricity in the bathroom. Candlelight. That's it. You don't need lights for the bathroom right now. Just go in there, handle your business. That's it. Kitchen. Of course, we had to fire up the microwave. I will tell my brother said, don't run the microwave set, because you don't have two of them at the same time. That'll blow out the circuit. That'll blow out the no. So we had to plan accordingly. Okay, you're gonna heat up something. Let me know. And you can hear the milk motor running. When it's cranking out more watts, or more power. So you got to be careful with that. You have to be careful when you have a generator. You can't assume that generator is not going to fail. It could fail at any time. It's mechanical. But you got to not stress it. And that generator is over 20 years old. The one that I have is a Craftsman. It's a Craftsman 3,500 watts. That's it. And that has been a lifesaver. But I am going to buy another one. I want to have another one. And then I'll relegate that one as a backup. Exactly. It's like back in the day. You don't put the toaster on while you have the iron. You don't do that because you're going to trip the breaker. You're going to cook it, or you're going to trip it, or whatever. Common sense. Common sense. Even now, in the kitchen, air fryer, microwave cannot be on at the same time. No. I said no. If you're going to cook with the air fryer, do that first. Microwave, or microwave first and air fryer. Don't not run two. If you run the two at a certain time, at the same time, my breaker will trip. Yeah, I grew up with fuses too. Yeah, those round fuses, those little glass fuses that you screw on. Yeah, in the apartments, they had those fuses. I know you're talking about the little glass, the little metal one, like a little bottle cap. It looks like a bottle cap on one side, and it has a little glass window, and you screw it on like a bottle cap. Those, right? You talking about? Apartment buildings had those. Each apartment had a fuse box with a few of those. But over here, of course, we got breakers, and you can trip the breaker. And so when you trip the breaker, I have to come down here and reset the breaker. So exactly. In the 1950s, They didn't plan all these appliances. Exactly. It was a simpler time. Your ice box, literally was an ice box. You had to get a block of ice. I wasn't around. That was before my time. But I remember watching the Honeymooners. They had an ice box. Remember that? Refrigerator was an ice box. Yeah, exactly. They have a shelf life. They're not meant to turn on and off. People don't realize that circuit breakers aren't meant to be switched on and off too much. Exactly. Yeah. My dad and I ran dedicated circuits. Yeah, exactly. You know. They can be taken out of light and they use a flashlight. Yeah, that's too. I have a flashlight, you know, rechargeable flashlight that lights up the whole room. I have those flashlights too. Yeah. James Farley, yeah, the glass ones, exactly. It looks like a bottle cap. The top of it looks like a bottle cap. And you screw it in. And it has a little window. And you can see it. If it burned out, you can see it. If it's like disconnected and you get a little, sometimes you see a little burned out, that means that's it, it got cooked. You gotta replace it. The house I grew up in, I think they had 60 amps total. Yeah, I believe that. I think the main breaker, the main box, I think total is about, I'm trying to remember how much total it was. It's not 60 though. It's a lot more. I'm trying to remember if it's 100 and maybe close to 200. 200 total, maybe 200 total. I believe I forgot. You know, I never really. I need to look into that. And I do have a 220 line. I have a 220 line. So I have a 220 line. It's a double breaker. A double breaker for 220. So I got a 220 line. I don't use it though. It's we don't use it. So we don't use it, but it's there. I have a 220 line. That one goes to the boiler room. And it's the socket is there. A long time ago, they had a dryer in the other room. So the 220 line was for the dryer. It was an electric dryer. Electric dryer. Yeah. Yeah. James Farley, the house I grew up, the stove in my original house, I grew up at 220 stove, yeah. In the Bronx, we had a 220 stove. We had gas and then we switched over to electric. Over here, we have gas. But I think my wife is thinking about electric. So I may use that 220 and run it upstairs. If she wants electric stove. Like the convection. Convection is the one with the magnets. I think she's looking into that. It's electric, but I don't know. So I can just run it upstairs. I run the circuit upstairs. So right now it's going to the boiler room, but it's not doing anything. It's just an outlet there. It's not, nobody uses it. But I could disconnect that one and reroute it to the kitchen if she ever wants an electric stove. Because we were saving that one for a dryer. But I never used the dryer to this day in the boiler room. I have a washer, but a dryer we don't really need because I hang my clothes in the basement. And we never really needed a dryer. It's not pretty. I have clothesline in the basement, but it air dries clothes. I run the humidifier for a few hours. I dry up all the clothes in the basement. because I got the dehumidifier. I got one here. First of all, they have the dehumidifier to dry up the air. That's why, you know, especially the basement. When you live in a basement, you need a dehumidifier. That's an absolute must. You have to have a dehumidifier, or you're going to have a lot of mold in this basement. You're going to have mold on your clothes and things like that. It's happened many years ago when the people that lived here before that, they didn't think about it. Since I've been in the basement a lot, that doesn't happen now. Because I'm always on top of that stuff. RT0, I always carried overseas and military in UK with the 220 at the outlets. The base gave us converters. Yeah. This one. Well, this is a converter right here. Yeah, right here. This is the opposite. When I bought my Baofeng 1701, it came with this and the adapter. So this is the European plug, right? This is the UK one. So they give, you know, it came with this adapter. 220 to 110. There you go. Six hours in. There you go. 6 hours and 4 minutes. What a mess I got here. I got to clean up this mess. What? No, that one, that's I didn't buy that one. My wife got them from her job. Those are good ones. Those are Trip Light. That's a Trip Light brand. See? These are metal Trip Light. These are expensive. You know how much these cost? $100 a piece. This comes with 25 feet. Long, what is it? Long 20 no, not 25. 15 feet. 15 feet. Yeah. And it's heavy. Look, heavy duty. This is the one that I hook when I have my AC, I plug it into this. This is for medical devices. All types of medical, like the, you know, all that medical equipment that they have, this is what they use. The Trip Light. It only has 4 outlets. $100 each. $100. So she just put it in her bag. She brought one the other day. So we got 3 of them now. I looked them up. They're expensive. $100 a piece. Those are top notch. Those are top notch. That's Trip Light. That's a very Trip Light is you know, of course they make UPS too. Those are the creme de la creme of power supplies and all that stuff. UPS. That's Trip Light. $100 a piece. I looked it up on Amazon. $100 each. Those are medical grade. That's what they use for all the medical equipment. Because she got that from the hospital. The monitoring equipment, all that stuff that needs to be fail safe. They cannot trip. That guy. So I got one here. My wife got one upstairs. When I had the AC in the summertime, I hook it up there. It never tripped. Never tripped. Because the AC, but I never ran the AC like crazy. But when I put the AC, I plugged it there. I have a piece of, because you never plug the AC directly into the wall. You don't do that. Don't do that, people. Don't plug it into something heavy duty, preferably like this one with a breaker. That if it spikes up, it'll trip, and that's it. Or if it heats up, it'll trip, and not, believe me, this is the one I trust with the AC. This one is long. It's on the floor, goes up here, it goes down here, and it's plugged into here. That's that big one right there. See that big one? Look how big it is. That's the trip light. That's the medical grade one right there. I trust that one with, believe me, I trust that one with my, I sleep better with that one when the AC is on. Believe me. I never plug a space heater directly into the wall or air conditioner. Never, ever. I never do that. Yeah, I don't have a dedicated. I don't need one because it's just a window AC. It's a window AC. But yeah, you could do that. You could dedicate. But I'm not doing that. I don't need to do that. Because it doesn't run 24/7. I run it for, I put out, eco mode. I do eco mode, cooling, eco mode. So, because, costs money, energy costs. So I do eco mode. It works fine. Does a good job. Is it freezing in here? No, but it's comfortable. I don't need to be freezing, but it has to be comfortable. Just to get rid of the humidity, that's it. And it's comfortable. I don't have to crank it like, cool all the time. No. Cool. What I do is I crank it and cool for about 20 minutes. Once the air gets nice and dry and cool, I switch to the eco mode, and that's it. Yeah, I get mine to about, that's a little higher. I get mine to about 75, 74, dry, no humidity, and I'm good. I'm comfortable. Yeah, exactly. After that, I run the fan. That's what I do. And the fan keeps it good. I just don't put on cool, high, cool. That's it. No, you don't do that. I also run a timer. So, if I'm not here, if I'm in the next room sleeping, after an hour, turn off or something, Because sometimes I open the door and let it cool all the way the other room. So I'll put it for like an hour, and then I always put the timer on it too, and things like that. Common sense. Common sense, but you gotta save energy too. Let me check out something here. Yep. And that's another thing too. My basement is naturally cool in the early part of the summer. But usually by the end of June, it kind of catches up. The ground, by that time, the ground is a lot warmer. Excuse me. Sorry. Oh. So, yeah, right now the basement is okay, but it's getting warmer now. But usually the early part of the summer, I don't need to have the AC all the time. Usually I'm going to say by around July 4th, then it catches up. Then the basement is a lot warmer. So it takes a while for the ground to warm up to the point where, especially, so basically, I got about a month where I can get away with a fan here and there. Don't have to have the AC in the window, but I'm going to put it next couple of days or whatever. But really, by the end of the month, it starts warming up more humidity. Then the basement is not so warm. It's okay. It's always going to be cooler. It's always going to be cooler in the basement than the rest of the house. That always going to happen. And by the way, it's a double-edged sword because in the wintertime, the basement is a lot colder too. There's times that the basement was a lot colder. I had to go upstairs and sleep in the living room for one night or two because it was freezing. So it's a double-edged sword, But in the summer, it is a lot cooler in the basement. Then, so you're always gonna have that too. Yeah, exactly. My floor is concrete. It's concrete slab, of course. So yeah, it's a concrete slab. It stays cool. Yeah. James Farley, earlier you were talking about what do you check for propagation and I first checked the NOAA stations. Yeah, you can do that too. I know I want to get an adapter. Where's my amplifier? Because I also want to try this. Right? See my two scanners? I want to get an adapter for this. Those are BNC. I need an adapter BNC. And I want to see if I can, maybe Weatherband DX when conditions or whatever. Hook this up. See if I can get all 7 NOAA channels, or at least as many as I can with this. But maybe get a distant NOAA station, from another state, with this guy. All right, this guy right here. So I will do a review on this soon, but I'm going to tell you right now, I love this amplifier. So that's the next thing. I want to get an adapter. I'm going to try, more VHF with this, especially NOAA, Weatherband DXing. I know TV Radio 1972 does that. He's gotten some good NOAA catches from other regions. I think he got one from Vermont, New Hampshire, other states. It's pretty cool. So I want to try to replicate something like that. Hopefully, So Weatherband DX. Other stuff. It's cool. I like that. He's the first channel that I saw that. First channel ever that I saw that. I was like, wow, that's so cool. He did it with the Sangean pocket radio, which is a nice radio. But I want to do it with a scanner. With one of these scanners. Or when I bring down the other scanner, I'm going to hook it up in line with the disco. I'm going to hook it up in line with the disco and see I could, hey, you never know, might get lucky. Or other. By the way, not only Noah, but with the amplifier, other stations. Maybe I can get, other police from across the river, New Jersey, other New Jersey stuff. Maybe up in Connecticut I could pick up stuff too. Maybe I could pick up stuff from Connecticut with the disco. Oh shit! I almost knocked down my soda. My beer. Excuse me. Maybe with the disco and this, I could pick up some Connecticut stuff. You know. It kind of be interesting. Long Island stuff too. Airband, for example. Right now, of course, I mostly get LaGuardia. But with this, maybe I can pick up more Newark Airport, more JFK, more maybe Stewart Airport up here, maybe even Connecticut. Maybe Teterboro in New Jersey. That's another. That's why I'm excited about this guy. See, it's open up more VHF, UHF stuff to play around with. So, I'm definitely gonna buy another one. And you can get this for $14. Excuse me. $14.99 from their website, Ham Geek. You can put this. Anybody want to put the link of you guys for this? Because you're not gonna get this on Amazon, so I'm not putting it up. You have to go to their website. I bought mine from eBay. Yeah, I'm gonna hook it up to my SDR too. I want to try that too. That's another thing. I want to try that with my SDR, which is pretty cool. So there you go. See, you reminded me about that too. So I want also my SDR, exactly. SDR also with this. So that'll be pretty cool. So yeah, so $14.99 on Ham Geek. At the end of the live stream, I will put the link, but just Google, Ham Geek, low noise amplifier. That's the model number right there. It's a long model number. Of course, my focus is not that good. I'm gonna say, out of all the low noise amplifiers I ever owned, this is the best one. This is by far the best one I own. This amplifier right here. FM DXing got a few catches. Medium wave did pretty good. Shortwave, it did good. FM, of course, I just FM. So now I really like this one. And it's not noisy so far. It's pretty good. So anybody want to put the link, you guys can put the link up. So you can buy it on their website for $14.99. I bought mine from eBay. I paid a total of $19. I remember, $19. Yeah. What time is it? This is time. Sorry. 8:51. Okay. I'm looking at the time. It's right there on my hand clock. I'm looking down here. It's right there in front of my face. 20:51. Okay. Oh, 0:51 UTC. So there you go. There you go. RT. Yeah, Ham Geek MT1129 low noise amplifier. TPQ. I mean TQP 3M 9037 LNA for SDR. Radio receiver spectrum analyzer TF6686. So hamgeek.com, $14.99. I bought mine from Amazon. They have a Ham Geek store, I believe, on Amazon. Anyway, total $19. Taxes and shipping. $19 total is a great price. Is a well made. It's metal here, metal on this side, metal on this side, with the plastic, hard plastic case. So you got your SMA. Your charging port is right there for your USB-C. SMA on this side. When you charge it, it's fully charged right now. So when you charge it, of course, it's going to be red. When it turns green, that means it's fully charged. It's fully charged. Charge it, whatever. It's fully charged. And the light, you'll see the light kind of through this. It's between the frame. You'll see a little red. The light is in there. You see the light. Anyway, you saw it earlier. I was charging it on the live stream. So you'll see the light crack between the frame. There's a little red light inside there. You can see it's visible when you charge it. When that turns green, it's fully charged. Battery life on this thing is hours. I never drained the battery completely on this thing since I had it. So it has an internal, I think it's a 300 milliamp hour battery. I think it's a 300 milliamp hour. But it's a very good battery. It's not noisy. So when I was doing the FM DXing and tuning, and I would turn off you could turn off the amplifier switch. It does have an on and off switch for the amplifier. On and off switch right there. So, I would turn it off so you can see the difference. And it does make a difference. When I called the Jamaican station, it did make a difference. Without the amplifier, the signal was an S2, S3. And it was very low audio. With the amplifier, it was an S7. S7 in the audio. Watch the video. Watch the video. Yeah, all the Jamaican, you heard it. I had, you hear it. And then KUAF out of Fayetteville, Arkansas, same thing. Without the amplifier, there's no audio. You don't even hear audio. With the amplifier, boom, you heard it. You heard it. Of course, it came in and out. It was very audible at some point. It was almost like local. So, all right. So yeah, it does. It does improve. You can dig out that weak signal, and it's a very good amplifier. And I'm saying it over and over because I don't endorse a product unless I believe that the product is a good product. And this is a good product. I'm not getting paid for this. I wish I did get paid for this. Ham Geek is not paying me anything. Don't even know I'm doing this. But Ham Geek, they hit a home run with this one. They hit a home run. They really did. I hope somebody tells them that I really like their product. I'm probably going to send them an email and say, listen, I really like their product. So, maybe in the future, they could send me something to review. Ham Geek. There you go. Yeah, they have a lot of stuff there. I need to explore the website and see what else. But I really like. There's a radio that I really like from them, and I was gonna buy it. Is another TF6686 radio. It's a white one. It's a small white one. Um, Now maybe I wouldn't mind if they send it to me for review. List price on it, I think it's $34.95. I was gonna buy it on AliExpress a few months back, but I didn't. But now, you know, that I've seen that this is a good product. Excuse me. This is a good product. I think a ham geek is a name to be reckoned with. You know, at first I was skeptical about the name and everything. Well, now that I'm trying their product, it's pretty good. So I may try the radio, but I'm gonna reach out to them. But I want to make my review video on this, and then I'll reach out to them and see if they wanna, you know, send me something for review. Things because I really want to review that radio. It's a white radio. It's a nice little radio. You know, it's not expensive. It's like $34. I swear, 34. I think I see like 34.95 or something. It has a TF. It has a chip. TF6686. It's just the display. It's not, you know, it's not an RDS display or anything, but it has a chip in it. So I'll look into it. Yeah. Ooh. Was it that time that I made you buy? Yeah, yeah. I was looking at that white radio. Yeah, and I bought the SI 4732. I think that's the one I bought. But I was looking at that Ham Geek radio from AliExpress. It's a white radio, you know, has the same chip, but it's not RDS. It doesn't. It has a little display, but it doesn't. It's not RDS or anything. It's not nothing fancy. But I wanted to compare the performance on that one, and I wanted to buy the mini radio. So I'll look into it. Be right back. Let me go get another one. I'm going with the tallies. I'm going with the tallies. What happened? Let's see. Yeah, it is. I'm thinking about getting the version 2, but I don't know yet. Because I'm kind of already worn. I'm kind of already tired of it. It's like a novelty. It's cute. Anyway, I'll talk about it for a bit. Put this right here. The version 2 is better, I heard. So yeah, I was thinking about getting the version 2, but you know, I'm kind of worn down with the novelty of it already. Like when I go to the group now, it's crazy now. The Facebook group on it, now they have so much stuff on it now. They have like the ELBI space database. You can load that into the radio now, and it tells you what shortwave radio you're listening to, what station. You know, it has a network now. You can hook it up to like connect it to like the Wi-Fi, and you can download data. I don't care about all that. It's now it's getting out of hand. You know, it's like ridiculous. But it's cute that people do all that stuff on there. Bigger, it's crazy. When you look at the Facebook group now, it's over 1,000 people now. 1,000 people now. Remember when I made the video? It was only about 100. I think when I made the video, it was only 100 people. It was not even 100. When I joined the group, it was only about 60 people. And then it went up to, once I did the video, it went over 100, then 200. It's over 1,000 now on that group. Facebook group. It's a public group. 1,000 people now. And they have there's so many firmware updates on it now. Oh my God. I just stopped. I don't use it anymore. So I may get it. I don't know. Maybe, I really want to get, I really wanted to get the desk. The executive, I still want to get that one if it's, hopefully the price doesn't go sky high. Cheers. Lime, there you go. Bud Light Lime, sorry. I didn't boycott that one. I couldn't. That's it. To be honest, that's the only beer I can drink now. That doesn't bother me. I don't like to drink high. I don't like to drink high alcohol content beer. I drank those because they were left over from last time. But normally, I'm a light beer drinker. Of course, I am an alcoholic, so I'm not gonna fucking lie to you about that. As an alcoholic, you're trying to. There's two things you can do. Of course, you can quit totally, which I haven't done, or you can live with it. Here I'm gonna say it. You can live with it and try to manage it. So I'm at the point where I'm living with it right now. And at some point, I'll be tired of it, and then I'll be it. Especially the spending. That's the part that really bothers me, is the spending. But I don't drink wine. I don't want to drink anything like that now because, it really, I don't want to go down that road anymore. Yeah, New Year's, I did a couple of shots, and I had to be careful with that. Being honest with you, I had to be careful with that. When I go to functions, like parties, and they have open bar, I only have light beer. Because I don't want to test it. If I start taking shots, it doesn't end well. And I know people say, "Oh, you can't control." No, it's not about controlling your drinking. It's just that when you're an alcoholic, You have to recognize that first. And that's what happened to me. I recognized that a few years ago. 10 years ago, I recognized that you know what, I am an alcoholic. That's it. Now you can be like you can be like, well, I'll drink anything. I'll drink anything. No. That's not me. I drink Coors Light. I'll drink Bud Light Lime because I like the flavor of it. I just need enough that I don't go to like because let me tell you something. If you try to wean off, if you try to stop cold turkey, some people can die from it, especially if they've been doing it all their life. You can get seizures. It's called grand mal seizure. A lot of things can happen. I tried cold turkey one time, and I was shaking like a leaf. I thought I was gonna get a seizure. I thought I was full blown. I even called I spoke to someone about it, and she said, "How long you have?" I said, "Oh, I haven't had a drink for 5 days." She said, "And you didn't get a seizure?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Wow." So I have to be careful when I finally decide I'm done, because your physiology, I don't know if that's a word, it is a word, not only physical, but your physiology changes. I become more irritable. My wife knows that. I get more jittery. I don't function as much. I get clumsy sometimes. I could be doing dishes. I'll drop a freaking dish if I haven't had a beer for about at least 3 or 4 days at the most. I'll start getting like that. Yeah, I'm being serious. I'm not going to sugarcoat anything here. I ain't going to sugarcoat that. I got a whole week, but it was a struggle. Let me tell you something. It was a struggle. So, for example, tonight I'm gonna have a few more, and then I'm gonna try for a few days not to have a beer, and the cycle repeats itself until something either triggers you, you know. Being married is not easy. Believe that too. Things like that, you know. I'm being honest with you. I'm being honest. So anything can really send you over the deep end. Like, so I don't mind sharing this with you guys, because you know what? If somebody can learn from this and don't repeat, I told my son all the time, he says, "Oh, he never said that, but I told him, don't drink, don't start drinking. It's not worth it. You're gonna save so much money if you don't drink. You're gonna save so much money. You're gonna save so much bad decisions, because God knows I make quite a few of them. And you might be physically dependent. And that's the hard one, you know. My father died from this. Okay, he died from that. And in his case, it was PTSD that triggered it. He was a disabled veteran, Korean War disabled veteran. He lost his eyesight 100%. 100% military, total blindness because of missile attack. North Korean, it was his unit, I guess his unit. He was the only one that survived. It was a rocket attack, They call it on the VA record, it's called a missile attack. So I don't know exactly anyway, that's how he was disabled. So, imagine you going into you go to war, you go to fight a war, you have eyesight, you're a normal, able body, and the next thing you know, you're permanently blind for the rest of your life. A lot of people will go crazy. That's what happened to my father. PTSD. and he drank himself to death. It took a long time. It took another 40 plus years before he actually died from alcoholism. But yeah, he did. I only saw him once when I was 10. You know, my mother took me to Puerto Rico, and my uncle, he was at a grocery store. My uncle said, Dan, you know, I was then I think I was like 10. I don't think I might have been 11. My uncle said, that's your father right there. Would you want to meet him? And I shook my head. I went like this. Yeah. So he took me to my father. My father's sitting there. Of course, he's drinking. He's red as a tomato. You know, and you could tell he's, you could tell he had some burns. You know, I think he had third-degree burns. It was a rocket attack. Lost his eyesight. So I can imagine all that. Shrapnel, burns. When I was reading his record, I know he was transferred to Okinawa. Burn unit. It was a burn unit. So I saw the face. He had you could tell he had burns, like if he was in a fire. And he just felt me. He just went like this to me. Started touching my face. And they told him in Spanish, "Este es tu hijo, Danny." And he's feeling my face. And I'm just standing there. And he just grabbed me and gave me a hug. I think he gave me a few bucks. I don't remember that much about it. I kind of blocked it off in a way. And I walked away and I didn't have no emotion. I get more emotional about now talking about it. But back then I didn't know the significance of it. Like he was suffering. He was suffering. He was tormented. I didn't hate him. I never hated him. Because I knew. When I learned about PTSD later, I knew that he was tormented. And he had to drink. He had to deal with that shit. Otherwise, he probably would have killed himself a long time. I would have never been born. Had he killed himself right after that, I would have never been born. So, I never hated him. Of course, I knew the stories. I knew that he would beat up my mom. He beat up some of my brothers. I was a baby when my mother fled. My mother left him. I was a baby. But I never hated him. I felt bad. I felt bad for him. Of course, I don't know who has this Purple Heart. I wish I had this Purple Heart here, but I don't have it. Somebody has this Purple Heart. Because, of course, he earned the Purple Heart. And something else, I forgot. I don't know what other. I forgot what other. Because when he passed away, I had to go to the VA, and my mother told me, he had a policy and all that. And I said, okay. She said, can you go to the VA and see? So I went. I did all the paperwork. I said, yeah, I'm his son. And it's 8 of us in his family. Of course, I found out later on that he had about 15 kids. He had about 15 kids. Two, maybe 3 different women. He had 15 kids. It's crazy. The man was although he was blind, although the man was blind, the man got around. Of course, probably because of his pension, his disability money. Disability money, I'm sure, So I had, stepbrothers and sisters from I think I had one in Chicago. One was in Manhattan. There was a couple of them. I was like, what the hell? And I think they were. I think she was Cuban, so he wound up hooking up with a Cuban woman, and so they're like Cuban stepbrother, stepsister, stepbrother, Cuban. It's crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, I don't hate him. I never hated him. I didn't even forgive him because there was nothing to forgive. Once I learned about when I went to the VA and of course I saw the records and all that, his injury, how it happened and all that. How can you hate a man like that? The man, he gave his life for this country. Even though he didn't die on the battlefield that day, but he paid it with his eyesight. How can you hate someone like that? Even though he was drafted, by the way, he was drafted. I believe he was drafted. I believe what happened was he was picked up on vagrancy. He was arrested for vagrancy and some other crime. I forgot what it was. So he had the choice either go to jail or go to the army. And he chose the army. The irony about that. If he would have went to jail, he would have never lost his eyesight. But he went to fight in the Korean War and he lost his eyesight. Wow. So, to me, I don't hate him. He's a hero to me. He's a hero. How can you hate someone like that? I'm sorry, Daniel. Wow. Oof. I'm telling you, how can you can't hate someone like that. I don't care what he did. Well, I do care, but I mean, I understand why it happened. I understand. I understand what. Wow. All right. Sorry about that. That's why I hate this stuff. I hate when people talk bad about the military, about people that went to serve in combat and all that. Just people don't understand that it affects everybody. It affects the children, the spouse, It affects all that. RTZ, my great uncle was in Korea and Vietnam. He passed away about a year ago. Yeah, God bless him. God bless him. He's a great patriot. He served in 2 wars. Wow. 2 wars. Wow. I do the same thing now. When I see someone in uniform, I thank them. And if I can buy them anything, I can buy them a bottle of water or whatever. If they're standing next to me, I'm in a store. I said, listen, pay this. I got this man's bottle of water. I got this man's. That's what I do sometimes. I've done that. I've done that too. Whenever I see someone in uniform, I always thank them for for protecting me. Yeah. You know, they give up, you know, first of all, they don't get paid. You don't get paid much. People think that in the military you make a lot of money. You don't make much. You make like it's like minimum wage. Minimum wage. As an enlisted, it's like minimum wage. You know? Yeah, at your local base exchange, you get discounted stuff that you could shop. Like if you live in a base, your food, your groceries, even your liquor. They call it, like in the Air Force, right? If you live on base, the liquor store is called the package store, right? The package store. I don't know in the other branches what it's called. I know in the Air Force, if you lived in an air base, the liquor store was called the package store. So let's go to the package store to buy some booze. That's where you went, the package store. Everything else, commissary. Commissary, that's where it's like Walmart. They have food, they have electronics. I used to buy my clothes there. All my clothes, commissary. It's like Walmart. It's a Walmart. Commissary is a Walmart. It's a, Walmart. Buy everything there, except for booze. That you got to go to the package store. And it's cheap. Exactly. It's super cheap. It's cheap. And that was one of the good things about that it's a lot of good things about it, but I'm saying, because based on your salary, I got to reword that. You don't get paid much. You don't make that much, but you get discount because of commissary. Commissary, everything is discounted, and it helps. It helps. It helps you stretch that dollar. Believe me. Now, if you have base housing, if you're lucky enough to have base housing, then that's also a lot cheaper than living off base. If you live off base, then you're paying whatever the hell. But if you live in a base, and depending on what type of housing, all the amenities, some of them have like the laundromat service in the basement or whatever, and things like that. I never got to live on base because I was a reservist. After active duty, I went straight to the reserve, and I was, so I never got to, only when I went to technical training, of course, boot camp, that's boot camp. But when I did my technical training and all that, base housing. And a couple of other assignments. But base housing is a lot cheaper. And, it is what it is. It's not the best at some places, but it is what it is. And you got to stretch your dollar. You don't make much. People think that you make a no, you don't. What appeals to a lot of people is the travel. You do travel, you will travel. Medical, of course, medical's included. So that you get medical. No, you do get education. I got I got jet engine mechanic education from there, among other things. And by the way, some of that is college accredited. I know in the Air Force they have a lot of college. They have Air Force University. In the Air Force, they do have Air Force University. They also have a lot of online correspondence stuff. If you want to, you can get your degree without ever set foot in a college. And this is before the internet. So now I can only imagine it's easier. you know. So, but you don't make much. People think that you're not making that. You don't make much. You don't make much, you know. I remember how many times people used to come up to me try to sell me a car. Oh, you're gonna give me a, top of the line model, Chrysler LeBaron. You sign on the dotted line, you're already approved because you're in the service. You're already approved. We don't even do a credit check on you because you're in the service. We're gonna give you this car is yours right now. Just walk out of here with this car. You got a brand new car, and you're on the hook for God knows what. I was like, nah, it's okay. I don't want no car. They used to hit people with all that shit. They hit people with all that shit because they think because you got a steady paycheck for the next 4 to 8 years, so they want to sell you a car right away. Coming out of boot camp, they want to sell you a car. I ran into a few of those. And I know a few of those, I fell for it. They were cruising in their new car. And all their check went to the freaking payments. That's crazy. Oh, we're going to give him a brand new Pulsar NX. Remember that car? It was a Pulsar NX? My friend, my fellow airman, he's a cool guy. He fell for that. He got a Pulsar NX, 1988. Brand new Pulsar NX. He was in it like cruising in the base. I was like, but I used to ride along with him, I was like, whatever. Yo, Medina, let's go. Come on, we're gonna go. Medina, let's go. We're going down to Baltimore tonight. So I would just tag along with him. And we would drive down there, He would, he was trying to hook up with somebody. I would just do his wingman. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of benefits to it. Don't get me wrong. The Air and Space Museum in Manhattan, the Air and Space Museum, the Intrepid, free. You can go in there free. Military ID, whatever, free. As yeah, it has benefits. I've been there a couple of times, but it's been over 30 years since I've been there. The Intrepid Air and Space Museum. I want to take my son there. Hopefully by the end of the summer, we're going to go there. I want to take him there. The Intrepid, the USS Intrepid Air and Space Museum. I want to take him there. Yeah, Home Depot, Lowe's, 10%. Yeah, there's a lot of places. Yeah. So let me read some of the stuff. Yeah, James Foley, exactly. You don't make much, but you get, and also, you know why I really like about it? I gotta tell you this, and it's for me especially. When I went in there, I didn't have a lot of confidence in a lot of things. It taught me self-confidence. That's the big one for me. It gave me a lot of self-confidence. By the time I was done there, I had no limits on what I can do with life. Self-confidence. That's what it gave me. Because when I went in there, I had very little self-confidence. That's a big one. It gave me self-confidence. So when I went in, I'm going to say it like that, I went in there as a boy, pretty much. I came out of there as a man, believe me. I had a little high school sweetheart that, whatever. I went in there. I was whipped. I was whipped by this. I was whipped. I'm going to say it. I was pee-whipped. I'm with this chick. And she kept fucking and bullshitting. Her parents kept fucking whatever. I went in there. I went to boot camp. She didn't even write one letter to me. One fucking letter. All right, I'm gonna say it. I think I said this story before. She didn't write one fucking letter to me. Fucking bitch. Of course, I found out that she was, her ex, she was hanging around with the ex again. And I said, you know what? Fuck this bitch. So I went to boot camp. I graduated from boot camp. I went to technical training, jet engine mechanic school. And one day I was in the mess. I was in the mess hall. I was getting my food, and this older woman was serving. I was 21. She was 36 years old. And she's serving me. She's giving me the fucking eye like nobody's business. And I was like, okay. Everybody was telling me, oh, Medina, I think she really likes you, Medina. Move, Medina, she really likes you. So she would come over and she said, how's everything? Everything's good? Because I just got there to that base. And she's like, everything is good. If you need anything, let me know. And everybody was like, what the fuck? You got your own waitress now? She's like my own waitress now. She's coming over and checking on me. And then like the following day, again, she came up to me and she just told me, she said, listen, she gave me her number. I was like, everybody's like, Danny. So, and she, let me say, I'm 21 years old. She's 36. Very attractive woman. Very attractive. Beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. I was like, man, I'm not talking about a girl, 18-year-old, she's a fucking woman. This woman was going to rock my fucking world. You know that shit. You know that shit was coming. I knew that shit was coming. She was going to rock my fucking world. And I was looking forward to that shit. But I had to wait 30 days. Because when there's a policy, I don't know about now, but back then, when you move to a new base, you're restricted for 30 days. I was restricted. I know at that time, I was restricted for 30 days at that base. After that, you can go off base and party, whatever, do whatever. Especially after hours or on the weekends. That was your time. And she told me. Then we spoke on the phone. And she told me, I know you're unrestricted right now. She said, when your 30 days are up, you're going to come over my house. I'm going to make you a nice dinner. And she's telling me all this shit. I'm like, yeah, baby, that's right, you know. Yeah. I'm counting down the days now. And you better believe, day 30 come around, she's coming in her Chevy Nova. Get in. Get in. Chevy Nova, baby. Get in. It was like Friday, that Friday, it was like Friday, after, dinner, chow hall, whatever. Put a little bag together, pick me up right there by my, the living quarters. We call it living quarters, the barracks, whatever. But they're like nice little condominiums. So she's like, get in. Let's go. Let's go. So she lived in a trailer, trailer park area outside. She said, I'm going to make you some lasagna and all that. I said, sit down, put your feet up, relax. Watching TV. I had a good meal, and then it was like, okay. Put it this way. I never seen a waterbed in my life. She had a waterbed. King size. Never seen a waterbed. A waterbed. Yeah, exactly. Okay. He came out. Come over here. Lure me into that waterbed, and that was it for me. So she wrote after that. Yo, the waterbed is crazy, Dave. The motion of the ocean. Yo, that's it. I was done. I was done with the girl back home. That's all it took. I said, "You didn't write to me? Well, I'm moving on." That's what I did. I moved on after that. So for the next few months, that was my, what do you call it? Base wife, right? I don't know what's the word they use for that. That was my, everybody say, "Oh, yo." That was like the, while I was there, that's who I was staying with. On the weekend, I would just stay with her, hang out, whatever. Once in a while, I was there. No, actually, not even every weekend I was there, except toward like right before graduation for that. Yeah, Chevy Nova. That was it. Yes, yeah. A nice little Chevy Nova. Chevy Nova, baby. 1988. She pulled up on a Chevy Nova. Engine revving. She said, "Get in." She said, "Get in." Of course, she was from the South. She had the accent and everything. I don't want to say, I don't want to say names, but put it this way. She had the Southern accent. She said, "Get in. Get it." That was it for me. I knew I was done. Yo, but hey. So months later, I got, so of course I had to say goodbye. I had to say goodbye and all that. She was sad about that, whatever. Yeah, she got into a little fight about it. Cause I guess she thought I was gonna. I guess she thought I was gonna take her with me, and I didn't. I said no. I don't want to get married. I'm coming home. I'm coming home to my, my home base. Thank you for whatever, but I'm coming home. I wasn't gonna get settled down. I was 21 years old. You do 21 years old. I'll settle down. But when I went home, the other one is like, I guess she thought she was back in my life, and she was like trying to dictate shit. I told her, "Yo, first of all, you need to get out of my face." I said that in front of everybody. She got embarrassed. I was like, because I was gonna hang out with some of my boys, and they were like, "Well, you ain't going anywhere. You're not gonna stay with me." I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna stay with you. I'm fucking hanging out. Fuck you." I said, "Did you fucking write to me when I was gone?" No. And that was it. For the next few years, she was chasing me around like crazy because I established my independence. You understand? I wasn't p-whipped anymore. That's what happens with them. The minute you show them you're not p-whipped, that's it. Then you flip the Uno card on them. Before, you understand, before I went in there, I was chasing her. Before I went in there, I was chasing her. When I came back, I flipped that shit around. I came back, I was leaner. I was, somebody was rocking my world for a few months. I was a man of the world after that. And then, of course, the local ones noticed that. Yeah. Then the locals were like, "Oh my God, Danny, you're so, oh my God." Because oh, you're in the Air Force. You're gonna be a pilot. You're gonna be a pilot. I guess they thought I was gonna be a pilot. They thought I was gonna be a pilot. So of course, yeah, I don't know. One day, maybe, we'll see. And of course, they're all just trying to get that fucking ghetto lottery ticket. Child support money and all that shit. Or worse, life insurance money, that type of shit. $100,000 life insurance type shit. Come on, I was like, yeah, oh yeah, am I proud of that? Some of that shit, no. But I that's where I was back then. Unfortunately, but you know what? It was that was the hand that was dealt to me. Because I guess that chick thought she was like, I was gonna keep worshiping that shit like a fucking cross, and that shit backfired on her after that. So, no, it didn't. Cheers. Seven hours and 14 minutes. Wow. It's a marathon. What time? Oh, look, no, it's right there. 9:44. All right. Yeah, 7 hours and 15 minutes in the books. Yeah, I don't know how people can say, "Oh my God, hey, that guy's done live stream long." No, come on, man. I clips all that live stream. A lot of people don't do live streams this long. Come on. I'm the king of marathon live streams at this point, except for some automated lives. Come on. I appreciate it, James. Thank you. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, in the books. Yeah, older woman, because what happened? Listen. I went in there. I was when I went in the Air Force, I was a young, I'm going to say it. Before I went in the Air Force, I was a young pussy whip boy. I wasn't a man. I was a boy. I was pussy whipped. I was pussy whipped. I was pee whipped. Pussy whipped. And she was the second one. She was like my second one. That, had, relationship. In terms, sexual relationship. So, of course, I was fucking whipped. I put that chick on a pedestal. I dealt with so much shit. And then, when I was in boot camp, when you're in boot camp, and for those that you don't know, I know some of you guys, for those that, when you go to boot camp, it's like jail. It's like jail. In a way, it's like jail. You have very limited outside communications with family and maybe friends. And back then, it's not like today with video channel. It's not like that. Back then, either you call them on a payphone, either you had quarters to call them on a payphone, or they wrote you letters. That was it. Letters was the thing. So when we had mail call, right? All of us in the they would gather around. Oh, here you go. And the guy was flipping letters at this guy. Hey, you go. Whatever airman. Here you go. Some people got packages. Some people got little packages of goodies. You know what I got? Nothing. I got nothing. That's what I got from that. Not even a freaking letter. One fucking letter for this. BH. All right? There was no internet back then. Exactly. We're talking about 1988. 1988. So everybody getting letters. A couple of you guys got sent the letters. I could see them. They're like, they're going to this letter. Oh, look at, they spray that body spray. You know the body spray. They're thinking about their honey. All that shit. Body spray letter. You remember? You know that shit. You know what we're talking about. For those of you that don't know, that was a thing. You got a letter with body spray. With the FDS. Remember that? FDS. Right? Remember that brand, FDS? So, they spray that stuff in their, in their coochie. So they spray that stuff in there, their coochie, whatever. So, the guys got the letter, and you see them going, oh my God. Me, I ain't got nothing. Listen, Stugatz. That's what I got. Stugatz. That's what I got. I got nothing. And that shit went on for weeks. I got to the point saying this fucking. I said, are you kidding me? This fucking. I was fucking. But I didn't go crazy. I knew a couple of airmen in my flight. One particular, he was going crazy over that shit. He kept telling me. I kept telling I remember Skinner. That was his last Skinner. So he was like, I could see he was depressed. And like Skinner, what's wrong, bro? What happened, Skinner? Oh, my girlfriend, she cheating on me. She don't write to me. And I told him, I said, listen, I'm kind of going through the same shit. I thought, I had somebody back home and, and I haven't got a letter from her since I've been here. And I told him, I said, you know what you got to do? Fuck her. That's it. Fuck her. You know what? Fucking forget about her. Focus on your shit. Graduate. And you know what? Let her know what she fucking missed. That's what I told him. I told him like that. But he didn't listen. He wound up dropping out. He dropped out. He quit. He quit on the last week. He had like one more week to go. He quit. He said, yeah. We had the last physical performance. We had a run and things like that. We had an obstacle course. He quit. He fucking quit because of that shit. It was getting to him. I mean, it got to him. He fucking quit. I felt bad for him, but I said, not me. That shit fucking motivated me. I said, once a couple of months went by, I said, and then my mother told me, my mother confirmed it. I spoke to my mother on the payphone, of course, and she said, she told me, she said, that she's been hanging out with this guy. I said, oh yeah? Well, you know what? Thank you for telling me. I said, I'll deal with that when I get there. But right now, fuck it. Life goes on. I had to do that. I had to shut myself off for survival. I ain't gonna let that shit get to me. Fuck that shit. That's what happened. I graduated, and I think on the last week, I finally got a letter from her. It was like my last week, I got a letter from her. On the last week, and I was like, okay, whatever. Whatever. Fuck you. And then from there, I went to, technical training. And that's when I met, the older woman. So when I met her, that was it. When I met the older woman at the other place, she's back home was dead. Back home became dead. That's it. She became. So she wanted to send me another letter, but I used to read that, I used to chuckle and fuck you. I was already, fucking spending weekends over there. She's fucking treating me like a king. She's treating me like a fucking king. She's cooking for me. Cooking for me in more ways than one. So 88. Well, it was not the World Wide Web. There was always an internet. RT0. There was always an internet, but it was not the World Wide Web with graphical internet. That came in 1993 or 92. I think 92. But 1988, no, there was no what we know today. Even what we know in 1995 or so, no, it wasn't like that. Not like that. It was like BBS, dial-up BBS stuff. You're talking about that. Text-based, BBS type internet. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, CompuServe, Prodigy, CompuServe, the original America Online. Yeah. So you're talking about that. Yeah. So put that in. Well, it's not the longest. My longest is 9 hours. My longest is over 9 hours. So I'm not there yet. My longest live stream is over 9 hours. 9 hours. So I'm not there yet. So this ain't my longest. Yeah, because we have buzz now. Yeah, I enjoy spending time with you. You guys are great. I love you guys. You guys are the best. I always say I got the best chat. I got the best audience. I don't have 40,000 plus subscribers. Maybe one day I may have 10,000. But I have a connection with you guys. You guys are the best. I wish I could meet you guys personally one day. I appreciate that, James. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I'm going to try to type, but right now I'm getting a little buzzed. And it's dark in here. I'm going to write thank you. Hank. Sorry. Sorry. My God. So sorry. Anyway, thank you. Oh, God, sorry. My God, that was a burp. Anyway, whatever. I mean, you drink beer, you have to burp. Sorry. So it's not the longest. The longest is 9 hours. You can look it up. I think it's 9 hours and change. So thank you, James. So, yeah, they try to cover that shit up. Yeah. Unit existed, just not up to speed. Yeah, it was always, yeah, of course, yeah, but it was nowhere, me personally, I did not have a home computer until about 1991. I think it was 91. It was a couple of years after. I think it was 91 when I got my first Commodore computer. And still I didn't connect dial-up until another year. By then, we had the early remnants of the World Wide Web. And then I used Prodigy. that was my first dial-up service that I was, paying, and you know, and I had the World Wide Web. Was Prodigy, Prodigy, Prodigy Internet. So, Jace Foley, my dad ended up being a master sergeant, training people to go to Vietnam. He used to bring me home all these training books. That's cool. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I remember my training manuals. I remember going to that, training manuals. I had old training material, but I should have kept it all this time. I wish I would have never threw that stuff out. I had, mechanical training videos. I mean, not video, books. Excuse me, like paper book type thing. It was not classified. Don't worry about it. It was not classified, people. On the jet engines that I worked on. Things like that. Skill level tests. I had to study for my skill level testing. Because in the Air Force, there's skill level. When you go to boot camp, you're skill level 1. And then you go to skill level 2 or 3. When you start, by the time you finish technical training, you're like a skill level 3 or 2. And then if you want to get to the next skill level, you have to take tests. You have to take tests. You have to study for the test. And you take the test, and you get another skill level. So it's not only a job, there is a skill level that goes with it. It's called skill level. It's like a grade, but it's not really a grade. So, you're the skill level 3, skill level 5. You go up the skill level. And, it helps with your performance. Yeah, it does help for promotion. Exactly. So if your skill level, the higher your skill level, the better chance of being promoted to the next rank and so on. Exactly. Exactly. People think that you sit down and do your job. No. You have to study for your next one. You can't be complacent. You have to study for your next one. Otherwise you could get demoted. You could even get demoted. Oh, you did NCO? Okay. RTC. I did NCO Leadership School at March Air Force Base. Okay, cool. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, non-commissioned officer. Walking home from NCO club. Yeah. Okay, anyway, I was, of course, I was not an NCO. I was just, E3 when I was going to technical training. But when we, like toward the end of the, before we, I came back home. We got into an argument, big argument, because I was talking to another airman, and she got jealous and all. She's like, we got into a big fight. So in order for her to make me jealous, she used to go to the NCO club and try to walk out with somebody else, and she wanted me to see that. And she would hang out at the officers club too, And she would tell me, she said, I dated because she, you gotta understand though that there we go. You gotta understand that some of these women, they live there, they're just trying to find that one guy that will marry them and take them out of that small town. So, before me, I think she was dating some guy from the Navy. So of course, after me, because we already had a falling out, we kind of broke up before I left because I think she was waiting for me to, marry her, which wasn't gonna happen. I'm whispering because I don't want to hear the other one talking about my love life. But she did. She would hang out at the NCO club. I saw her there. I would, go by there with my, my fellow and say, "Yo, isn't that what's her name in the?" I said, "Yep." She's moving on. So, so funny that you said about the NCO club, but she used to go to the officers club. That's what she told me. That she said, "Oh, I used to date a captain." I was like, "So why the fuck you doing? So why the fuck you with me now?" You know. Listen, I seen Officer and a Gentleman. If you watch that movie, have you ever seen Officer and a Gentleman? Then you know what I'm talking about. There's women out there that want to trap you because you're getting the benefits. You got the military thing going on. There's women out there that they want to trap you. They want to say, I'm pregnant. You know, you know, you know what I mean. Come on, you know what I mean. If you never seen Officer and a Gentleman, watch that movie. Watch that movie. It's a very good movie. Great movie. It literally describes the difference between, the ones that want to trap you and the ones that, you know, 'cause that's what happened to the other guy. What's his name? Who played the role of the other guy that hanged himself? Forgot the actor. What's his name? David Keefe, right? Oh yeah, David Keefe. He was the one that played. What's his name? Anyway, he's the one that wind up. Remember, he went crazy and he quit. He DOR on the last week. Remember, that's when the other chick said, "I don't want to be with some Okie from the Skokie." Remember, she said that line. Remember that? So that was her. She was a gold digger. She was just a gold digger. She was just trying to get him. She just wanted to marry a pilot. That's it. That's what she cared about. She didn't care about him. She wanted the AV. She wanted to marry the pilot. That's what she wanted. She wanted to marry the pilot. Remember that? Remember that? So that shit happens. There's women out there that just want to fucking, when I was, let me tell you something. When I was out there, you know how many fucking women used to hit on me because of the uniform? The uniform is like a fucking magnet. Literally, I'm gonna say it was a fucking magnet for that shit. It's a fucking magnet. Especially if they think you're gonna be you're gonna get a high paying, you're gonna be like a pilot or something. A pilot? Oh my god. Fucking you're like fucking Tom Jones on a stage. Tom Jones, what happened to him on the stage, right? They would fucking throw underwear on the stage. That's what they would do. You know? Fucking Tom Jones is on stage and you see the fucking undergarments flying on the stage. That's what it come on, bro. That shit will fucking blow up your ego like fucking nobody. A young kid at 21, fucking you're working on planes. Oh, they see money. When you say you're working on jet engine aircraft, flight engineer, pilot, they fucking see dollar signs. That's what they care about. That's what they fucking care about. They see dollar signs. You fucking, You know, you're gonna work for the fucking airlines one day. You're gonna be making fucking bank. You know, you're gonna work for Pan Am, baby. Pan Am, TWA. You know, Eastern Airlines. American Airlines. Yeah, now they throw the pens. Now they throw the pens. Soiled, what's the wet ones? Heavy, saggy. You're not unusual. What is it? It's not unusual. Oh, granny panties and all that. Bloomers. Here guys, my bloomer. I'm gonna fling it to you. Fling. Here you go, my bloomers. Fling. Oh my God. Depends. Oh my God. Oh God. Oh my God. Tom Jones. Tom Jones, right? They run up on stage, try to grab him, and he's like, it's not unusual. Get away. Now it's like it's a fling a fucking wet diaper up there. Oh, wet diaper. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah, I had RT08. I had computers in the yeah, we had of course we had, because that's when I was doing my preparing for my skill level, I had to go to it's like a learning center we had. We had like a learning center where they got videos. They have videos. They have something called microfilm. You know what microfilm is? I know you know what that is. Microfilm or something. It's microfilm. And you put it on this projector and you have to, and it shows it on the projector. So we have microfilm. We have, of course, videotape. Yeah, we have videotape. And we had computers. We had, back then, that would have been the early 8088 processor. The original IBM PS1, maybe. I don't know if it was the PS1 or the original PCXT. Yeah, we had monochrome, green screen, monochrome computers. They weren't color, they were monochrome. Yeah, XT. So we had those. So there were computers, but of course, also I know they had telex for communications. They had telex. We also had a secure phone. It's like a secure phone. I used to see the number on the documents. I never used it. I think it was called Autovan or something. I used to see something like Autovan. I don't know what the hell that was. I never used it. But I remember Autovan. Otto VON, Victor Oscar November, Otto Von. I don't know if that's some kind of secure phone or something. Anybody can tell me what that is? I barely remember it, but I used to see that. Yeah, military phone. Okay. Yeah. Military phone line. Okay. Yeah. Otto Von. Not Autobahn. AUTOVON. So I would see that on all my documents and everything, and I was like, I never used that. I never got to use that military phone and all that. You know, I never got there. I never got to that point where I really needed to use that. My dad retired as a chief warrant officer, nice pension. I seen Officer and a Gentleman a lot. Yeah, I seen it quite a few times. I love that movie. It's a great movie. Louis Gossett Jr. played the drill sergeant. Remember that? Louis Gossett Jr., great actor. Remember that? He played the drill sergeant. James Farley, I remember all those commercials. It's not a job, it's an adventure. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I still recommend a young person today, any young person today, if they're not sure about their life, what they want to do, I always tell them, join the military. Now, I am going to be biased toward my branch. I will tell them, join the Air Force or even the Space Force. Now we have the Space Force or even the Navy, you know, and things like that. But I'm more biased toward the Air Force. You know. Yeah. James Farley, I just watched a video on Autobahn telephone. Yeah, Autobahn. You spell Autobahn. Oh, okay, RT0. You can call with priority and break through a busy line. Oh, cool. Okay, I didn't know. See. Never showed the buffing of floors. Yeah. Well, I did that. I did buff a few floors. I definitely did that. I buffed a few floors. I did the in boot camp. I did the I had to clean what it was. It was kind of a punishment though. I had to clean stuff with a toothbrush. I think it was a bathroom faucets and stuff. I remember I had to do that. Of course, we had to do guard duty. In my case, I had one particular job that everybody hated, but he picked me to do it. In the Air Force, it's called a child runner in boot camp. In boot camp, I was a child runner. So for those you know what it is, you can look it up. So when you're in boot camp, you're still learning all your facing movements. You're learning all your basic stuff. Well, the child runner has to walk into the cafeteria or the mess hall and ask a table full of drill instructors and officers if I can bring my flight in to eat. And I got to go in there sharp because they're going to pick me apart. And that's what they did every time. They would pick me apart. So I was a child runner. I was the first one in my flights, the last one out. I had to make sure everybody got fed. So, you march in there, and the table, they will call it the snake pit, because you can have 3 or 4 instructors reaming in your face. You idiot! You dumbass! They're all in your face. So that's what I got. I got that every day for the first few weeks. And then finally, when I was really good at it, they would tell the guy on the next class, you got to learn from this guy, Medina. Hey, Medina, show him the ropes. But when I was a new guy, I got reamed like crazy. It's like dogs on top of you. It's like you go into the snake pit and they find anything on you. Oh, you got too much facial hair. Where's your shaving waiver? Well, of course, you got to do it in a certain way. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, they check your gig line. Make sure you're sharp. You gotta make sure I don't have no wrinkles. They look at my boots and make sure that the things are shiny. I gotta go in there sharp. I had to go in there sharp. And they throw questions at me. They will ask me a question, and I better know the answer, or I'm gonna get reamed. I got reamed. But I learned fast. So first couple of weeks, it was tough. By the 3rd week, 4th week, I got the hang of it, and I was good to go. I even made it to the drill team, a competition. I became part of the drill team because I got sharp. I learned fast. I was sharp. My facing movements were sharp because you got to go in there sharp, or they're gonna pick it. They're gonna pick you apart. They're gonna pick you apart. So that's the chow runner. It was the worst job to get in the flight. Chow runner, from what everybody says, is the worst. He's the one that you're gonna get heckled the most in the beginning. So they made me the chow runner. My drill instructor, he said, "You're gonna be the chow runner because you're like bebopping, and you're the chow runner." And I became the chow runner. And you have no choice. That's your job. That's it. So I learned fast how to get sharp. My face movements were tight. Bam, 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 bam. I would go in there sharp. After a few weeks, I was sharp. Remember in the beginning, I stumbled and all that. By about week 3 or 4, I got sharp. I was like, bam, bam, bam. Then they had the young guy sit next to me because there's always a class ahead of you. The class, so after a while, it was the young guy, and I see him all nervous, and I would say, no, you're gonna be okay. Don't worry about it. I would whisper, I'll be okay. And he could see he's nervous. And they're like, chow runner. So I had to go in there because if you fuck up, they don't eat. They make you go back out. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't come back. Come back in. Then you got to stand down there and wait. Then they call you back in. That happened to me a couple of times in the beginning. I fucked up. I stumbled. Get out of my face. Get down. It wasn't funny back then, but it's funny now. And I was out there dejected. Oh my God, like what the hell? And I had to go through the process in my head. Okay. All right, Medina, get back in there. We need to eat. Then I will go in there, and this time I will get it right. Okay. Send them in. Okay. And then of course, you say thank you and all that. Your whole bunch of lines you gotta say. Thank you, sir. And then you gotta march out of there sharp. About face, all that. facing movements, bam, bam, bam. And then you bring them in. Then you bring them in. Then you got to stand there. I got to stand there. I'm the last one to get food. I got to stand there and point at the tables. So they come in. It's 4 at each table. They're like round tables, kind of. Round tables. So 4 for each table. Then I go to the next row. I mean, there's 4 tables. There's a round table. But in that row, there's like 5 tables in a row. So once that row gets full, you got to go down to the next row. And then you stand there, just point. And they look at you like, and I'm looking at them like, bro, I'm pointing, like, go to that row. Don't, like, come to me, go to that row, fill up that row. They will look at me like, where do I go eat? You got to eat where I'm pointing to. You go down that row, you got to fill up that row. Then I go to the next row. And then when I'm done, when my flight is all in eating, then I have to wait for the other guy to relieve me. I just can't get up and look. I got to sit there. And then he come to me, and he does his thing. And then I say, you're relieving your duty. And I say, okay, thank you. And I, do a about face, and then I go get my food. So, and I don't eat with my unit. We have a table for child runners only. I got to eat with them. So I never ate with my fellow flight members. I don't eat with them. I eat with the child runners. That's crazy. So, anyway, you're not allowed to talk to each other in boot camp. But we have a table for child runners. And we all have to eat together. One cannot finish and go, or we all have to finish at the same time. And then we go. So you learn to eat fast. Like maybe 5 minutes tops. You got to wolf down your food. 5 to 10 minutes. You got to wolf everything down. And before you wolf everything down, you have to drink 2 glasses of water. Mandatory 2 glasses of water, because we're in Lackland, Texas. It's dry. People dehydrate. So that's mandatory. So you got to drink 2 glasses of water before you even start eating. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Same thing. 2 glasses of water. So when you get in your food, you got to grab 2 glasses of water. Put it in your tray. It's nuts. Let me see where I'm at now. Okay. Now, I've seen videos of it now. It's not as crazy. Of course, back then, they really would throw, there was no limit on the cursing. Now it's like you can't say certain words now. You can't make, like you can't say certain things also that's, you know what I mean? Like back then, that wasn't the case. Back then, you heard every, imagine I was Puerto Rican. No, I didn't have to take salt tablets. No. I heard about that, but we didn't have to do that. No salt tablets. No. Only thing is in Lackland, requirement every meal 2 glasses of water before you even grab your first bite. Yeah, well, what we had was a T-shirt. We still had our PT was we still had the uniform pants on. The You know, not the fatigue pants, just the regular green uniform pants. But we had t-shirt. We had a t-shirt. You know, we were just t-shirt. And we went out, you know, we had to put sneakers on. No boots. When we do PT, we switch to sneakers. But that was it. So we had sneakers for PT. So sneakers, regular, you know, green uniform pants from the Air Force, the regular issue ones. Yeah, we didn't have no sweatpants. That came after. We had the green uniform pants, and we had a t-shirt. We had a t-shirt. That was our PT clothes. Of course, now they have sweatpants and they have even shorts. I don't know about now. They have shorts even. We didn't have none of that. We had the, you know. So no salt tablets, no. Anyway, I'm going to sign off now. It's going to be 8 hours. It's a nice long stream. I have fun. I'm just going to relax now. I'll relax now, play a little bit of, watch some videos. And tomorrow it'll be the Anthony Cumia show at 8 o'clock. So 8 hours is a good long live stream. I racked up a whole bunch of viewing hours. That'll help me with the algorithm. I still have to do the review on the Ham Geek. Where's it at? The Amplifier. Where the hell I put it at? Oh, right here. I want to make a review video on this. Yeah, I have fun, man. You guys are the best. And thank you for the super chats and all that. And then next week I'll do the gold bullion thing on Danny Finance. So, but anyway, thank you for watching, everybody. Have a great, yeah. You just got a commercial on the Oh my God. You guys are funny. You guys are the best, man. I love you guys. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. Anyway, 8 hour mark. There we go. Official 8 hours. So everybody, thank you for watching. I love you guys. You guys have a great night. And I'll see you tomorrow. Anthony Cumia. Look at me. I'm already stumbling, mumbling. Anthony Cumia tomorrow night. See you there. Take care. Have a great night. Bye-bye.